Chapter 22:13. What's there to ask? I don't think this has anything to do with them, Hua Xiaoheng said firmly and waved for the three people at the door to leave. Yuan Jianan smiled. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that Gu Nianji was already glaring at Hua Xiaoheng with hatred, she didn't say anything else. The handsome Eastern European guy at the door looked unhappy and said in Russian with a sullen expression, "Are you guys messing with me?" The skinny Huaxia translator quickly translated it. Gu Nianji could understand this level of Russian. She looked at the handsome Eastern European guy angrily and said in Russian, "Who's messing with who? Don't think we don't know." The handsome Eastern European guy was slightly stunned, then looked at Gu Nianji. His blue eyes seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but he hesitated. If Gu Nianji hadn't grown up with Hua Xiaoheng and had someone else in her heart, she would never have been able to escape the powerful charm of Big Ivan. Hua Xiaoheng stopped her sternly. "Nianji, if you continue to cause trouble, I won't take you out to eat again." Gu Nianji, Big Ivan at the door, quickly lowered his head to hide the smile that almost appeared on his face. He cursed in his heart. "Damn it, I almost broke it." The bodyguard behind Big Ivan, little Vladimir, blinked and asked as if he didn't know what was going on. "You're letting us go just like that? Aren't you going to send us a red packet?" His translator dutifully translated it. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Hua Guanchen ignored him. Grandfather Hua didn't even raise his head. However, Yuan Jianan and Gu Nianji said in unison, "Do you have a WeChat account or a QQ account? I'll send you a red packet." After saying that, both of them froze for a moment, then looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. The middle-aged driver didn't care so much. He quickly took out his phone and gave them his number. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. He really put on a show. He even changed his phone number. Gu Nianji didn't even know this number. She saw Yuan Jinan take out her phone and happily scan the bodyguard little Vladimir, his WeChat account, then send him a big red packet. Little Vladimir smiled until his facial features scrunched up. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and sent him a smaller red packet. Little Vladimir quickly took a screenshot and posted it on WeChat. Hashtag today's red packet is finally over 1 RMB. Gu Nianji saw it and gave him a thumbs up. Yuan Jianan also liked the post and commented, "Keep it up." Gu Nianji wasn't her friend, so she couldn't see her WeChat messages, but someone else did. Hua Xiaoheng's frown deepened as he spoke again. "There's nothing else for you to do here. Leave." The handsome Eastern European man gave a lazy salute and turned to leave the private room. Yuan Jianan, however, was still dissatisfied. He called out to him and said with a smile, "Sir, please stay." The Huaxia translator quickly stopped Big Ivan and said, "A lady is looking for you." Big Ivan turned around and looked around the room. "Who's there?" "It's this lady." The translator pointed in the direction where Jia Nan was seated. "So it's for a lady." "It's my honor," he said and gave a Western-style court salute. Yuan Jianan was about to speak, but he interrupted, "But my fee is very expensive." "Lady, think about it before you speak." Yuan Jianan smiled and said, "That depends on how much you charge. May I ask, Mr. Big Ivan, are you Russian?" After the translator read it, Big Ivan looked at her warily and shook his head. "No, I'm from Eastern Europe, a small country in Eastern Europe. However, I finished college in Russia and am still used to speaking Russian." "Really? Eastern Europeans are used to speaking Russian?" Yuan Jianan nodded meaningfully. "I understand. What's so strange about that?" Gu Nianji sat up straight. The languages of Eastern Europe and Russia are all Slavic languages, just like the dialects of our Huaxia Empire. Although the pronunciation is a little different, the grammar is the same. "Oh, I didn't think of that." Yuan Jianan smiled and praised Gu Nianji. "Chief Gu is really knowledgeable. I'm impressed. You flatter me." Gu Nianji waved her hand rudely. Hua Xiaoheng spoke for the third time and finally chased the three people away. After they left, Yuan Jianan seemed to be a little restless. She quickly looked at her watch and stood up to say to Hua Guanchen, "Guanchen, my friend just texted me. I have something to do and need to see her." "Go ahead. Do you want me to get a driver to take you?" Hua Guanchen asked politely and even stood up to pull her chair out of the way. "No need. I have my own driver. Yuan Jinan patted Hua Guanchen's chest. I've already texted him to pick me up. You can have a good time with your family. We'll contact each other another day. She made a phone call gesture and smiled at the people in the private room. Enjoy your meal, everyone. I have something to do and have to go now. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise. Ms. Yuan is leaving just like that? Didn't you say you were treating? Then who's going to pay? Yuan Jianan quickly smiled. Me, of course. I'll go pay now. As she spoke, she quickly left the private room and went to the parking lot to wait for the driver. At the same time, she asked her secretary to pay the bill. Not long after, a paid text message was sent to her phone. Looking at the 6-digit bill, Yuan Jianan's heart almost stopped beating. She rubbed her eyes and looked at it again. After confirming that she wasn't mistaken, she called her secretary and asked in confusion, "Did you just pay the bill?" "Yes, I paid with your card." "Is there a problem? How can it be so much? There are 8 of us and we didn't eat much. How can a bill be 6 digits? The secretary quickly said, "I'll get them to print out the details and send it to you right away." Soon after, Yuan Jianan's phone rang, and she received the details of the bill from her secretary. So it really was that expensive. Although each dish was very small in quantity, the cost was very high. With the addition of the famous chef's cooking, the price naturally rose. Although Yuan Jianan didn't lack this bit of money, she still felt that she had been tricked by Gu Nianji. She was supposed to be treating today, but in the end, she was the one paying and Yuan Jianan was paying. How preposterous! Yuan Jianan rubbed her temples. "All right, that's it for now. It's fine. You can go home." "Okay, President Yuan, I'll go back first." Yuan Jianan got into the car and returned to her luxurious penthouse apartment in the imperial capital. As soon as she entered, she called her subordinates. "Help me investigate 2 people. One is called Big Ivan, and the other is called Little Vladimir." It sounds like an alias. Chapter 2214. From the looks of it, the 2 of them are physical therapists from the West Mountain Club. That Big Ivan is also known as the head of the club. Do you want to investigate from that club first? After the call, Yuan Jianan tossed his handbag and walked to the bathroom. After taking a bath in the bathroom, her subordinate called her. "Mr. Yuan, we just checked the information of their clubhouse. These 2 people came here from Eastern Europe not long ago. It is said that their massage skills are very good. After only a few deals, that Big Ivan became popular and became a hot commodity. He was regarded as the star of the clients. Little Vladimir is his bodyguard and manager. He looks boorish and bold, but he's actually very smart. Occasionally, he would be chosen by clients for a massage. Most of the customers are male. So far, these 2 haven't provided any special services. Maybe it's because they haven't been here for long. The club owner is very optimistic about them and is not in a hurry." Yuan Jianan listened carefully to his subordinate's report and then asked, "What about their identities in Eastern Europe? Have you investigated it?" "We're investigating. After we finished investigating the matter in Huaxia, we started to investigate their overseas records." "Okay, do a good job." Yuan Jianan praised him for a while before putting down the phone. Her intuition told her that these 2 people were not simple. The more perfect the resume, the more fake it looked. Just like Hua Xiaoheng's clumsy disguise at the dinner party today. If Gu Nianji hadn't exposed him, she might not have noticed Big Ivan and Little Vladimir. They were just 2 ducks. She had seen many of them. Why would she think of anything else? However, it was interesting that someone of Hua Xiaoheng's status wanted to cover for them. He didn't know what these 2 people were here for. If it really was the KGB, why would Hua Xiaoheng cover for them? They had bugged Gu Nianji's hair, but Hua Xiaoheng had to pretend that he didn't know. Could it be that Hua Xiaoheng was colluding with foreign countries? Yuan Jianan's eyes widened. Could it be? That seemed to make sense. Hua Xiaoheng had always had a good relationship with Russia, especially Russian President Vladimir Putin. He had once witnessed Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's engagement in front of the world. Now, he had to attend their wedding and be a witness. Why did Russian President Vladimir Putin do this? Did Hua Xiaoheng betray the interests of the Huaxia Empire to win the favor of the Russian president? The more Yuan Jianan thought about it, the more excited he became, because it was completely logical. As for whether or not Hua Xiaoheng was targeting her, Yuan Jinan thought about it carefully for a while and felt that it was unlikely. Of course, it was not completely impossible, so she had to be careful. However, Yuan Jinan didn't care even if they were targeting her. She went to the kitchen and made herself an avocado chicken breast salad with lettuce and baby tomatoes. She ate it with a shot of tequila. Her heart was bleeding when she thought of the six-figure dinner that night, but she didn't eat her fill. Wasn't this extortion? No one would care if a public official were to eat and drink outside. Yuan Jinan took a deep breath and warned himself not to lose the greater good for the greater good. The most important thing now is to build a relationship with the Russians. If Big Ivan and Little Vladimir really had a problem, then it would be worth it. Yuan Jinan looked at the night sky outside the window, her eyes distant and deep. Although the night wind was cold, she felt a little hot. That Big Ivan was really seductive. After Yuan Jinan left, Gunyinji and the others were almost done with their dinner. Grandfather, who didn't sit for long and was about to leave, Huo Guanxin helped him up and nodded to the people in the private room. We'll be leaving first. Thank you for your hospitality. Uncle, you should thank Mrs. Yuan. She's the one paying the bill tonight. Gunyinji tilted her head and smiled slyly. Huo Guanxin glanced at her and didn't say anything. His gaze wandered and stopped on Song Jinning's face for a moment. Before he could look away, Lu Yuan's gaze looked over. It was cold and solemn, without a trace of emotion. Huo Guanxin was slightly stunned. He was both angry and depressed. There was also an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't say anything else and left the private room with Grandfather Hua. Gunyinji asked Song Jinning, Ms. Song, are we leaving too? Song Jinning nodded. Are you full? Do you want to pack up the rest of the dishes? After Yuan Jinan left, Gunyinji ordered a few more dishes and placed them neatly on the table. No one moved their chopsticks. Yes. Gunyinji pointed at the untouched dishes and made a face. My father didn't come today. I want to bring them back for him to try. Well, Xiaoheng waved for the waiter at the door. Pack up these dishes for us. Thank you. The waiter at the door quickly nodded and ran out to help them with the packed lunchboxes. As expected of the top high-end clubhouse in the imperial capital, the packed lunchboxes weren't the kind of white foam lunchboxes. Instead, they were exquisitely crafted solid wood boxes with a screw-on shell. There were a few ceramic bowls with lids inside. It was very imposing to carry them out. Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Song Jinning walked out of the private room. When they passed by another half-open private room, Gunyinji caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. She turned to look and saw that it was the headliner of the clubhouse, Big Ivan, sitting next to a very fat middle-aged woman. He didn't do anything. He just put one arm on the back of the chair behind the person and looked at her lovingly. The woman was restrained like a virgin who had seen a man for the first time. She was well-behaved, as if she felt that moving would be a blasphemy against the handsome man beside her. However, the RMB in front of Big Ivan had already piled up into a small mountain. Gunyinji tugged at Hua Xiaoheng and motioned for him to look into the private room. She asked in a low voice, "What are they doing?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it and said indifferently, "You have to ask President Liu. He wants to invest here, so he has a good understanding of the business situation here." Lu Yuan, he didn't want to say anything. Song Jinning was also curious and pushed his arm. "Yuan, tell me." Lu Yuan realized that he had no principles or discipline in front of Song Jinning. As soon as Song Jinning called him Yuan, he threw away his armor and confessed without being pressed. He couldn't even wait to tell her everything that she hadn't asked. "This is an ordinary social game, commonly known as rock, paper, scissors," Lu Yuan said with a smile. "Let's play when we go back. If I win, you give me the money." "You can win so much money with rock, paper, scissors. What if you lose?" Song Jinning laughed. Lu Yuan whispered, "If I lose, I'll take off my clothes. You can take them off however you want. Who wants to play this kind of game with you?" Song Jinning's face flushed red, and she pinched Lu Yuan hard. "Then why don't you put it all on me? If you win, I'll take it off. If you lose, I'll take it off too. How about that?" Lu Yuan leaned close to Song Jinning's ear and whispered teasingly. The heat in his chest was almost radiating onto Song Jinning's body. Song Jinning felt her legs go weak. She thought to herself, if men would go wild, women really wouldn't have anything to do with them. Chapter 22:15. Gun Yinji turned around and saw that Lu Yuan and Song Jining were almost leaning against each other. Lu Yuan was tall and muscular. At this moment, he bent over and whispered something into Song Jining's ear. Then, he held Song Jining's arm with one hand and led her into the elevator. Gun Yinji smiled happily and whispered, "Both of them are happy that President Lu and Ms. Song are together. Look how intimate they are. How compatible." Well, Xiaoheng nodded and led Gun Yinji into the elevator. Gun Yinji didn't want to disturb the beautiful scene of Lu Yuan and Song Jining together, so she consciously stood near the elevator door with her back to Lu Yuan and Song Jining. Xiaoheng stood side by side with her. The two of them had thought that this would make things less awkward, but they were wrong. The walls of the elevator were made of stainless steel and were as smooth as a mirror. In the end, Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji clearly saw Lu Yuan, who was standing behind them, turn around and kiss Song Jining. Xiaoheng almost subconsciously covered Gun Yinji's eyes with his hand. Although Gun Yinji really wanted to push his hand away, she considered that doing so might alarm Lu Yuan and Song Jining behind them, so she held back and didn't move. It was fine if Lu Yuan was far away, but it was normal for an old house to burn more vigorously than a young house. However, Song Jining was still very thin-skinned, and she was also her mother-in-law. If she was alarmed, it would be awkward for the two of them to meet again in the future. Gun Yinji decided to be obedient and didn't struggle. She allowed Xiaoheng to cover her eyes. When the elevator arrived, she was almost carried out by Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan let go of Song Jining and walked out of the elevator. Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji had already disappeared. Song Jining said angrily, "Xiaoheng and Yinji are both in the elevator. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Yuan put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked forward with a smile. He said, "I couldn't help it." Song Jining had wanted to say a few more words to him, but when she heard his words, she immediately felt a lingering aftertaste. It was even more soul-stirring than the sudden kiss in the elevator and Lu Yuan's teasing words about taking off her clothes. She had spent most of her life's effort and intelligence on her own scientific experiments. Other than the days when she was passionately in love with Guanchen, she was the most devoted to Lu Yuan now. When she was passionately in love with Guanchen, it was also because of empathy. She thought that Guanchen was too far away and had mistaken her for someone else. After her marriage with Guanchen ended, she finally understood that if they weren't the right person, they wouldn't be happy if they forced themselves to be together. She had only been married to Lu Yuan for a few months, but their relationship was still rising day by day. It was not the kind of marriage that one could see the end of at a glance. It was a marriage that was like stagnant water with ripples. He didn't know how long they could maintain this state. Song Jining whispered her thoughts to him. Lu Yuan smiled and opened the car door for her. As he let her sit in, he asked, "You want to know?" "Yes." "Then use the rest of your life to observe, and you will naturally find the answer." Song Jining, Gun Yinji, and Xiaoheng were going back to the city, so they left the club restaurant before Lu Yuan and Song Jining. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when the two of them returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces in the Third Ring Road of the imperial capital. Gun Yinji was changing her shoes at the porch. Lu Jin heard the sound and ran out of his suite. When he saw that she was back, he smiled and said, "You're back so early?" Gun Yinji handed the food box to Lu Jin and said, "Dad, these are the dishes I packed for you. They're delicious. They're all new. I didn't let anyone touch them." "Huh, you even brought them for me." Lu Jin was surprised and happy. "Really? How did it taste?" "It's not bad. It has 60% of President Lu's skills." Gun Yinji's evaluation was very high. She said playfully, "And it's my treat tonight. Someone's paying the bill." Gun Yinji's mood improved when she imagined Yuan Jinan's expression when he saw the bill. She and Lu Jin walked into the dining room and helped him take the food out of the food box and set it on the dining table. Lu Jin happily went to the kitchen to get chopsticks and a small bowl. He asked Gun Yinji, "Do you want some more?" Gun Yinji shook her head. "I'm very full. These are all yours." Lu Jin didn't stand on ceremony with her. He stretched his arms and waved his fist at Gun Yinji. Let's eat. He then picked up the chopsticks and spoon and began to eat the delicious food Gun Yinji had brought back for him. Yes, yes, yes. It's indeed not bad. It does have 60% of Boss Lu's skills. Lu Jin was eating happily. When he saw Hua Xiaoheng walk into the dining room, he quickly added, of course, it's only 50% of Xiaoheng's skills, so Xiaoheng is still slightly better. Gun Yinji curled her lips in disdain. She secretly cursed her father for being subdued by a single meal. But on second thought, she had been fed by Hua Xiaoheng for 8 years and was completely devoted to him. What right did she have to despise her father? It was just that the father and daughter had the same taste in food. It was obvious that they were really father and daughter. Gun Yinji's mood improved. She waved at Hua Xiaoheng excitedly and said warmly, Major General Hua, come and sit next to me. Hua Xiaoheng had wanted to sit across from her, but when he heard this, he walked over to her and sat down. He looked at her calmly and said, Do you want to eat too? No, I'm very full. Gun Yinji hugged his arm with a smile and leaned her head on his shoulder. You were so amazing today. I almost cried from your lecture. Hua Xiaoheng, I thought you knew that we were acting. Gun Yinji nodded. I know, but knowing is one thing, and actually being there is another. She shrugged. It's really not easy for you guys. I understand you. Major General Hua Xiaoheng smiled calmly, but he became wary. As expected, Gun Yinji's soft voice was soft and almost bewitching as she got closer and closer to him. She whispered in his ear, In the past, when you were on missions, there were times when you had to deal with women, right? Tell me about it. I'm just curious. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He looked down and saw Gun Yinji's hand on his arm tightening. He understood, but his expression didn't change at all. He said seriously, You're thinking too much. Something like what Big Ivan did has never happened to me. Gun Yinji was very discouraged when she saw that Hua Xiaoheng had seen through her. She pushed him away and snorted. Don't think that I'll believe you. You've been on missions for so many years. How could you not have interacted with women before? Don't treat me like a fool. I really don't need to sell my body like they do. Hua Xiaoheng was calm and collected. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took one out to hold it between his fingers. He looked back at Gun Yinji naturally. His eyes were clear and focused. He really didn't have the seductiveness that Vladimir exuded from his bones. This extremely serious posture was like a devout lama in the Jiakhang temple in Tibet guarding the prayer flags, as motionless as a mountain. It was also like a dignified monk sitting on the ground in a dense forest in the depths of the clouds. He was young and handsome, mixed with the temptation of abstinence. It was even more tempting than the stimulation of lust. Gun Yinji could only hear her heart beating like a drum. All of her attention was attracted by Hua Xiaoheng's every move. His fingers were slender and powerful. He tapped the table twice with a cigarette between his fingers and said calmly, I usually wait for them to come to me with information to attract my attention. Chapter 22:16. Gun Yinji was stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's gesture. After a while, she reacted and hit him on the shoulder angrily. Isn't this selling my body? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng denied it without hesitation. I don't even have any thoughts. How can it be considered selling my body? For example, Yinji, you're so beautiful and cute. If someone admires you, even if it's someone you don't like, would you cut off your face? Of course not. I'm stupid. Gun Yinji blurted out, but she also understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. She looked him up and down and put on a cold posture. But I'm still unhappy with you. You even pretended to be an unmarried couple and lived under the same roof. You almost made it real, didn't you? Was he talking nonsense just because he didn't want to? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and warned, Let's talk about this in a room. Lu Jin was eating the delicacies his girl had brought back with a happy expression on his face. Gun Yinji felt a little guilty. She tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve and said coquettishly, Dad, look at Major General Hua. He's going to scold me again. Although Lu Jin was eating, his ears were still pricked up as he listened to Gun Yinji. However, Hua Xiaoheng turned around to ask for help. He pushed her away with a smile and said, I didn't hear anything. Little Yinji, be good. Go back to the room with Xiaoheng to discuss it. He even winked at her. Gu Nianji was shocked. Dad, you're not on my side anymore. What happened to helping your relatives and not being reasonable? You also know that you're being unreasonable? Lu Jin snorted. Be good and talk to Xiaoheng. If Xiaoheng is unreasonable, you can come to me again. Your father will never let go of anyone who treats my girl badly. Gu Nianji, although it seemed to make sense, she still felt that something was wrong. Where was the old father who used to put her first in everything and was displeased whenever he saw Hua Xiaoheng? Where did he go? Gu Nianji was carried away by Hua Xiaoheng with a face full of resentment. Lu Jin even waved at her. No sense of brotherhood. Gu Nianji shouted at Lu Jin. When she turned around, Hua Xiaoheng gagged her, swallowing all her resentment. After Hua Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji away, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi sneaked out from the small living room next door. The two of them consciously picked up their bowls and chopsticks and put some of the delicious food Gu Nianji had brought back for Lu Jin into their bowls. The food Gu Nianji brought back was very sumptuous. It wasn't the small bowls and plates she had eaten at the club at all. Instead, it was large and tasty. Of course, the price was even more impressive. Lu Jin frowned, but he was already full, so he didn't say much. Otherwise, he would definitely refuse others to eat his food. Yin Shixiang pretended not to see his cold expression and chuckled. Mr. Lu, why aren't you speaking up for Nianji? Aren't you the famous daughter slave of the military? That's right, that's right. I heard people say that you love Nianji the most. Whoever wants to marry her will definitely have to fight you, and they can't even fight back. Why was he speaking up for Hua Xiao today? The sun hasn't risen from the west yet. Zhao Liangzi joined in on the fun and didn't forget to take a big bite of his delicious midnight snack. Lu Jin glared at them and said unhappily, I'm a daughter slave, but I didn't stop her from getting married. I just didn't want her to meet a bad man. If it was a good man, I wouldn't even be able to give him a gift. Isn't it true that all daughter slaves treat the man who wants to marry their daughter as their love rival? Yin Shixiang added fearlessly. It said that a daughter is a father's lover in his previous life. Huffed. Hurry up and wash your brains. What kind of filthy things are you thinking about? Lu Jin slammed the table and said angrily, a daughter slave loves her daughter, not her wife. You have to be clear about the concept. A father who doesn't allow his daughter to marry under the guise of doting on his daughter isn't a daughter slave. He's a pervert with a dirty mind, the kind that could be arrested by the police. Just like a mother-in-law who always compares herself to her daughter-in-law. I suggest you see a psychiatrist or find another man or woman to entrust this exclusive possessiveness to. Yin Shixiang rubbed his chin and thought deeply. That seems to make sense. The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Mr. Lu was really something. This logic, this aura, he could brainwash people anytime and anywhere. Lu Jin stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned to look at Yin Shixiang and said, Your wife seems to be pregnant, right? Huh? How did you know? Yin Shixiang was surprised and happy. I haven't told everyone yet. I heard you on the phone. Lu Jin boasted shamelessly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all about hearing other people's privacy. If you have a daughter, pay attention to your own mentality. Parents don't have exclusive possessiveness towards their children. If they do, it's against the law. With a bang, it was as if a sledgehammer had hit Yin Shixiang's head. He had always been a good talker, but at this moment, he could only watch as Lu Jin's back disappeared from the entrance of the restaurant. He was so choked that he couldn't breathe and almost fainted. Zhao Liangzi held back his laughter and patted him on the back. He gloated and said, Extreme joy turns to sorrow, right? But to be honest, I'm also quite disgusted by the phrase a daughter is a father's lover in his previous life. Pfft, I was just saying that. I wouldn't take it seriously. Yin Shixiang glared at Zhao Liangzi, but he still admired Lu Jin. Lu Jin treated Gu Nianji like a real father and daughter. As long as his daughter lived a good life, he would be willing to break his bones. Mr. Lu is a sensible person. He knows that Major General Hua is sincere about Nianji, and only Major General Hua can make Nianji live a carefree life for the rest of her life, Zhao Liangzi said with emotion. If I had a daughter, I would also hope that she would find such a man to be her husband. In Shixiang pursed his lips. He wanted to say to Zhao Yangzi, "Why don't you find a wife first?" But when he thought of Bai Shuang, he silently shut up. It was no longer possible to describe how Gun Yinji was taught a lesson after being carried into the room by Hua Xiaoan. In the luxurious private room of the West Mountain Club, it was still filled with bright lights and a decadent atmosphere of warm and fragrant jade. The club's top player, Big Ivan, had made a name for himself in the West Mountain Club in just a few days. All the players in the city knew his name. Not only did women flock to him, but even men wanted to see if they could take advantage of him. However, Big Ivan was very principled. He only interacted with women, and all the men were kicked out. Such a manly man was too rare among the many female physiotherapists in the club. However, he was extremely exquisite, so there were even more women who had taken a fancy to him. Even if they just sat with him for a while, they would be able to give him tens of thousands of RMB. It was said that no woman had ever had the chance to take him out to accompany him. One evening, the lazy Big Ivan looked at the woman sitting opposite him. He lit a cigar and smiled at her. "Hey, we seem to have met before." The person sitting in front of him was Yuan Jinan, whom he had met once before. She smiled and twirled the red wine glass in her hand. She said meaningfully, "Mr. Big Ivan has a good memory. It seems that I left a deep impression on him." Chapter 22:17. Big Ivan sneered and spoke in Russian very quickly. "How many days has it been? Do you think I can't remember someone who I just looked at for 10 minutes in a private room a few days ago? It's not like I have dementia." As he spoke, he deliberately sized Yuan Jinan up and down provocatively. He was simply insinuating that she was old. No matter what age a woman was, there were two common taboos that couldn't be touched. One was fat, and the other was old. It was even more annoying than calling her ugly. Big Ivan's undisguised mockery successfully angered Yuan Jinan. She stood up and almost rushed out of the door of the luxury room. But after a few steps, she turned back and looked at Big Ivan condescendingly. In that instant, her eyes had gone from anger and shock to anger, and then back to disappointment, sadness, and calmness. The flow of so many emotions was completed in an instant. If it wasn't for the special training that Big Ivan had received, ordinary people wouldn't have been able to capture so many layers of emotional changes. Big Ivan became vigilant, but his handsome face still had that kind of languid decadence. He looked at Yuan Jinan helplessly and said lazily, "You want to leave? Please pay the bill, or you won't be able to walk out of this club." The hand holding the cigar pointed in the direction of the door of the luxury room. Yuan Jinan smiled and slowly walked back to her previous seat and sat down. She sat very upright, with her knees together and her hands clasped on her knees. Her smile was also very appropriate and gentle. Her eyes were like water, and she had the unique charm of a mature woman. Not only did she look like a caring sister, but she also looked like a woman of the Ani generation. She had the traditional virtue of being able to endure hardships and work hard. No matter how wrong she was or how hard she worked, she wouldn't say a word and would endure and obey. Big Ivan looked at Yuan Jinan without changing his expression, as if he didn't know what she was doing. But in fact, he had to admit that Yuan Jinan's appearance really stung him. But he was also an expert, and the vigilance in his heart didn't decrease. She was able to determine what kind of person the other party was with just a few words and quickly adjust her strategy to make the other party like or even resist her. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do just by relying on talent. She had to go through rigorous training to reach this level. This Yuan Jinan really didn't look simple, Big Ivan thought to himself, but his face began to show a trace of intoxication. He stared fixedly at Yuan Jinan, the trace of desire hidden in his eyes completely revealed. Yuan Jinan's smile became more and more dignified. She reached out and picked up a drink on the coffee table in front of her. Taking a sip, she suddenly said, "Mr. Big Ivan, have you received training in Crow before?" Big Ivan was slightly stunned and subconsciously shook his head. "No." "You also know what Crow is?" Yuan Jinan put away his smile, and his expression turned cold. As expected of a Russian KGB member. You almost fooled me. Big Ivan's pupils constricted abruptly, and then quickly opened again. He still said indifferently, I don't know what you're talking about. My hourly fee is very expensive. If you have too much money, just pretend I didn't say anything. The skinny Huaxia man who was translating for her laughed so hard that he almost fainted. After he finished translating, he said to Yuan Jianan, Ms. Yuan, do you want to play KGB play? We also have such a program, but the fee will be doubled. The bodyguard behind Big Ivan, little Vladimir, quickly said, Ms. Yuan wants to play KGB play? I can do it. My fee is cheap. Little Vladimir was so jealous that his hair had already fallen out when he saw Big Ivan making money every day. Yuan Jianan looked at them in amusement and didn't reply. It was as if she was saying, Pretend. I'll quietly watch you pretend. Big Ivan looked angry and said angrily, If you don't want to play, then leave. Don't waste everyone's time. As he spoke, he even stood up and tried to push Yuan Jianan, wanting to chase her out. Unexpectedly, just as he grabbed Yuan Jianan's arm, she suddenly threw him over her shoulder. His entire body was thrown almost 180 degrees to the ground from front to back. Although the ground was covered with a thick carpet and it didn't hurt, it was still very shameful to be thrown. He raised his head and stared at Yuan Jianan fiercely, like a fierce little wolf dog. Yuan Jianan curled her finger at him in amusement. Come to me. I'll love you from now on. Big Ivan shouted, I'll fight it out with you. He pounced on her with a whoosh. Little Vladimir, who had been watching the battle with a smile on his face, suddenly changed his expression. He also pounced on him and pulled him away. He quickly said, You're crazy. Yuan Jianan stopped and stood to the side in a gentle and elegant manner. She said leisurely, You're not going to pretend anymore? You can speak Chinese, so it's better to speak like this. Why do you need a translator? She glanced to the side, and the translator looked at Big Ivan as if he had been struck by lightning. He stammered, You can speak Chinese, so why do you need a translator? You cannot pay me. Yuan Jianan looked at him in surprise. You're not an employee of the club? If it was an interpreter provided by the club, his salary would definitely be paid by the club. However, he directly asked Big Ivan for money, so there was something fishy going on. The interpreter said with a bitter face, I was invited by them. After saying that, he rushed to Big Ivan and said, Give me the money. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Call the police. Get lost. Little Vladimir kicked out and kicked the translator to the door. However, he stuck to the door and refused to leave. He was still shouting, Give me the money. If you don't pay, I'll fight it out with you. Yuan Jianan frowned and was about to step forward to solve this problem when she saw Big Ivan walk over with a sullen face and slap the man in the face. Then he opened the door, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him out the door. He said, No money. Get lost. You obviously made a lot of money. I saw it. The man banged on the door frantically, refusing to leave. Yuan Jianan had been staring at Big Ivan and little Vladimir's every move. She said calmly, This person won't do anything bad, will he? Aren't you going to get rid of him? Get rid of him. If you're so willing to do it, why don't you sell yourself? The irascible Big Ivan couldn't speak properly at all. He kicked the door and said in a rough voice, Go ahead and shout. When the people from the club come, you'll see. This sentence seemed to scare the interpreter who was banging on the door. After a while, the voices outside finally disappeared. Only then did Big Ivan sit down with a sullen face. His face no longer had the hopelessness from before, nor was there a trace of decadent sensuality. His entire body was like a long knife that had been unsheathed, and the sharp edge was revealed. Yuan Jianan said gently, Are you really not going to deal with that person? You just heard me say that you're the Russian KGB. Big Ivan rolled his eyes. Didn't you want to play KGB play? You're not going to play anymore? If you go after that person, aren't you handing the knife to someone else and admitting your identity? Yuan Jianan didn't fall for it at all. She said with a smile, It's your identity. What does it have to do with me? I'm a law-abiding citizen. If I report the two of you, I can get 1,000,000 yuan. Her eyes darted between Big Ivan and Little Vladimir, as if she was looking at a shiny red RMB. Chapter 22:18. Big Ivan sneered and took a puff of his cigar. The smoke lingered in the luxurious private room of the clubhouse. He said, "Go ahead and report it. Do you think I'll be afraid? Maybe they'll arrest you and question you." Yuan Jianan chuckled. "You're that confident? Do you want to wait and see? The door is over there. I won't see you out." Big Ivan pointed in the direction of the door. "You're quite stubborn." Yuan Jianan looked at him and saw that he was stubborn. He knew that if he didn't come up with something, the KGB wouldn't give in. "I'm not just stubborn. I have something even harder on me. Do you want to try it?" Big Ivan smiled wickedly. He shook his cigar and looked at Yuan Jianan with an ambiguous look. Yuan Jianan shook his head in amusement. He finally revealed the information that his people had found out. "Mr. Vladimir, are you still going to call yourself Big Ivan?" This Big Ivan, who was known as the head of the clubhouse, was, of course, the second in command of the Russian KGB, Vladimir. The bodyguard who called himself Little Vladimir was his driver, Ivan. Now that Yuan Jianan called him by another name, Vladimir's face darkened. He put out the cigar in the ashtray and said sinisterly, "You investigated me? You're thinking too much. Do I still need to investigate you? Actually, I can just ask anyone." Yuan Jianan looked like, "The KGB is my home," as if he had found out the truth of some gossip after visiting someone during the Chinese New Year. Vladimir slowly stood up. His expression was no longer the same as before, filled with decadent desire. Instead, it was unfathomable. "I don't know what you're talking about. Forget it. We don't see eye to eye. We're done with business today. We'll never see each other again." Yuan Jianan smiled and didn't say a word. He watched Vladimir walk to the door with his driver and bodyguard, Ivan. Just as Vladimir's hand was on the door handle and he was about to pull the door open, Yuan Jianan said, "Mr. Vladimir, don't you want to hear my conditions so that we can cooperate? I know that you came to China to inquire about business secrets, so the people you came into contact with are the women of the business tycoons." Vladimir was slightly startled, and he slowly turned his head to look at Yuan Jianan. He frowned slightly and looked at Yuan Jianan awkwardly, as if he was very unwilling to admit it. "But you still saw through me. You're quite good at making up stories. Do you want to sit down and listen to my story?" Yuan Jianan said with a smile and patted the seat beside her. "Come, sit beside Big Sister. Big Sister will tell you a bedtime story." Vladimir squinted at her for a moment, then walked over and sat down beside her. "I'm here. What do you want to say?" "That's more like it. Come, have a glass of wine first." Yuan Jianan beamed with joy as he brought the glass of wine he had drunk from Vladimir's mouth. Vladimir took it, but didn't drink it. Instead, he held it in his hand and said with a cold expression, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." TSK. Are you angry because your identity has been exposed?" Yuan Jianan's voice was very gentle, and her every move showed the charm of a weak woman. However, Vladimir looked at her warily, as if she was a ferocious beast. Yuan Jianan understood Vladimir's mentality very well. As a KGB commercial spy, she didn't know how she would be punished by the organization when she returned after her identity was exposed. "Vladimir, you don't have to look at me with such hatred." Yuan Jianan finally touched Vladimir's face and said with a smile, "Actually, I've saved you by exposing you." "Ha, you're threatening me," Vladimir said hatefully, very indignant. "Why would I threaten you? I can't wait to dote on you." Yuan Jianan pinched Vladimir's face and felt that it felt good. She said slowly, "I'm actually saving you. Do you know the annual report of the FBI that was just released?" The director of the FBI testified to the U.S. Congress that Huaxia is the biggest commercial espionage country. All commercial espionage cases are related to Huaxia. "Do you really think that Huaxia doesn't know anything about you?" Vladimir tilted his head and avoided Yuan Jianan's hand. He sneered, "Huaxia is the biggest commercial espionage country? The FBI is lying through their teeth." "Oh, could it be that it's not Huaxia but Russia?" Yuan Jianan giggled and patted Vladimir's chest with her slender hand as if nothing had happened. Vladimir pushed her hand away in frustration and said, Japan is the biggest commercial espionage country in the world. Anyone who knows anything about Japan's history after World War II knows that they treat the whole world like fools, just like the Americans. They play tricks all day long. Do you know what happened to the last dynasty that played tricks on them? Vladimir poured Yuan Jinan's glass of wine on her chest. Who are you? How dare you interfere in this kind of thing? Yuan Jinan's chest was wet, revealing the clear outline of her silk blouse. However, she wasn't angry. She didn't even wipe it with a tissue. She just sat upright and said with a smile, You're talking nonsense. How could Japan be the biggest commercial espionage country? Why not? After World War II, Japan was occupied and controlled by the United States. They disbanded their army and didn't allow Japan to have a regular army. During World War II, the Japanese Army's regular intelligence unit was also disbanded. Where did these people go? Let me tell you, they were all recruited by Japanese companies and worked in Japanese commercial organizations. What can the intelligence personnel in the Army do in commercial organizations? They're still doing their old jobs. That's why Japan has the most commercial espionage in the world. They're also the most powerful and pervasive. That's because they're all regular soldiers and professional spies. Do you think the United States doesn't know about this? They're just used to lying through their teeth. After all, even their president was elected by us, Russia. Vladimir finished speaking like a machine gun, and Yuan Jinan was stunned. After a long while, she smiled and nodded. I didn't expect this. I've really underestimated Mr. Vladimir. You're so knowledgeable, so you should have a high position in the Russian KGB, right? What do you think? Of course, I'm a high-ranking official in the KGB. Vladimir patted his chest and said boldly. The corners of Yuan Jinan's mouth twitched, and the trace of doubt that had just arisen disappeared. How could such a person be a high-ranking official in the KGB? Then she would be the director of the CIA. She didn't have much doubt about Vladimir's identity, so she said, Okay, let's talk about cooperation. Not long after, Gunyinji received a voice message. Nightingale is singing. Someone had finally fallen into the trap. Chapter 22:19. Gunyinji listened to the voice message a few times. It was just a normal electronically synthesized voice. She couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. It was a little strange. She didn't want to use it for data analysis. Anyway, she would know what was going on if she said Nightingale, but she was still very curious. After dinner, she asked Hua Xiaoheng curiously, Hua Xiao, did you hear from Nightingale? Hua Xiaoheng was still eating dinner. He carefully chewed a mouthful of black pepper beef and swallowed before saying, I don't need to accept the information from that side. Gunyinji turned around in surprise and narrowed her eyes at Hua Xiaoheng. She asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Are you just going to let those two unreliable people do whatever they want? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, I can monitor them from time to time. Do I still need them to report? Besides, how can they be considered unreliable? The two of them can be considered the elites of the elites in the industry. It's just that they didn't show it in front of you. Gunyinji thought about how Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, usually behaved and laughed. They're considered elites? A red envelope spirit, huh? You only know how to ask for red packets. That's right. Look, you're such a smart person, but you can only tell that they're red-white demons. That's what you're capable of. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he cut open the black pepper beef on his plate and continued eating dinner. His usual training load was still very high. Although he was already a high-ranking official and basically wouldn't be allowed to go on field missions, his wedding was in a month's time, and the birth of a child was also on the agenda. Therefore, he still trained as before to strive to maintain his body's best condition. Only healthy parents can give birth to healthy and intelligent children. Gunyinji only thought about Vladimir and the driver, Ivan's previous behavior. She really couldn't think of anything particularly outstanding about them, other than the fact that they always complained about being poor and were especially keen on red packets. She really didn't find anything unusual about them. After pondering for a while, he was actually a little dazed. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw it. He rubbed her head. Don't think about it. I have people monitoring them. They'll be fine. Gun Yinji quickly understood and smiled. That's true. The Russian Committee of State Security, KGB, was earning extra money in our country. How could the Special Operations Forces ignore it? I was thinking too much. It's good that you understand, Hua Xiaoheng said as he picked her up and said, I'm full. Let's go exercise now. Yinji, in a high-rise apartment where Vladimir and Ivan lived, they put on their VR gaming helmets at the same time and quickly entered the game scene, according to the coordinates given by Yuan Jinan. The two of them acted as friends in the game and quickly found each other. Where's this? Why does she look so familiar? The driver, Ivan, had chosen a 12-year-old blonde Russian lowly in the game. Vladimir didn't want to pay attention to him at all. If he looked at him one more time, his eyes would go blind. His appearance was that of a muscular man with curly black hair and a full beard. It was a huge contrast to the two's image in reality. Vladimir held a large axe in his hand and looked at the distant blue sky in the game. The white birch forest rustled in the wind. This scene should be the Tunguska sinkhole. The blonde lowly chosen by the driver, Ivan, was wearing a little princess dress and running around with a little corgi. Even her voice was an innocent lowly voice. He said, Is it Tungus? Are you sure? Vladimir glared at Ivan speechlessly and said mockingly, I didn't expect you to have a girl's heart. Who isn't a little princess? The driver, Ivan, was actually very proficient in Chinese, and his accent was especially strong. However, a blonde lowly suddenly had a northeastern accent, which was even more out of place than before. Fortunately, Vladimir had long trained his nerves of steel, so he quickly got used to it. Yuan Jinan entered the game and quickly found the two of them. She smiled and admired them for a while, then walked directly towards the blonde lowly and said, You're Vladimir, aren't you? Why did you choose a lowly image? I thought you would dance as a blonde Shota. The blonde lowly, who was hugging the little corgi, suddenly let out a bell-like laugh. This time, it was the driver, Ivan's original voice. Yuan Jinan was shocked. The man with the axe, who was standing behind her, also laughed and said, Miss Yuan actually recognized the wrong person? It was Vladimir's real voice. Yuan Jinan also laughed and shook her head. That's amazing. I didn't expect the two of you to be so different from your appearances. After saying that, she gave them a thumbs up and praised, as expected of the KGB. Even I was fooled. This is just a small trick. It has nothing to do with the KGB. Vladimir waved his axe with a faint smile and said, Why did you call us here? This is Russia's Tunguska sinkhole, right? Yes. Yuan Jinan took a few steps forward. The image she chose was very ordinary. It was a Russian Tatar woman with white skin and thick braids. She wore a small round hat on her head, a white silk scarf, and a long green dress with ethnic characteristics. She blended in well with the surrounding scenery. They were actually standing very far from the sinkhole. In the game, the sinkhole was blue, as if someone had cut a piece of the blue sky and placed it on the plains in the distance. Yuan Jinan reached out as if she wanted to touch something. She looked forward and closed her eyes. Let's make a deal, okay? Vladimir sneered and waved his axe as he walked around her. Don't play tricks with me. Let's just talk about money. As long as the money is in place, anything can be discussed. How much do you want? Yuan Jinan asked with her hands behind her back. A fixed price. At least 8 digits. US dollars. Vladimir was asking for an exorbitant price. It would be a waste if she didn't take it. She would be a fool not to take advantage of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. Are you that short of money? Yuan Jinan frowned. Are you really from the KGB? I'm really not. If you don't believe me, then I can only be. Vladimir said truthfully. With a chop of his axe, a nearby birch tree fell. Although it was in the game, the process of the tree falling was still earth-shattering. The driver, Ivan, the blonde lowly, rolled her eyes at Vladimir and said disdainfully, You only know how to fight and kill. You're simple-minded and well-developed. Who are you scolding? Vladimir swung his axe at the little lowly, but the little lowly dodged it with unusual agility. The corners of Yuan Jinan's eyes twitched twice. Once again, she doubted her own judgment. Were these two idiots really the elite members of the Russian KGB's Far East Bureau? Had her judgment deteriorated, or were these two too arrogant? Or was there something wrong with her source? Chapter 22:20. Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, argued for a while. Seeing that Yuan Jinan had stopped talking, he turned to look at her and asked, "What kind of deal did you call us here for? Is it a game?" If the VR helmet could simulate eye twitches, Yuan Jinan thought that her facial nerves would have been paralyzed by the cramps. She took a deep breath and pointed forward. "Speak. Do you see the Tunguska sinkhole up ahead? The deal I want to make with you is right there." Vladimir's brawny gamer slammed his axe on the ground and said angrily, "Are you King kidding me? You're using our country's territory to make a deal with me. I'll sell your mother to you. Will you buy it?" Yuan Jinan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What are you thinking? Don't worry, listen to me." She composed herself and retracted her outstretched arm, still behind her back. "Seeing how much you love this country, I'm even more certain that you're from the KGB. After all, during the upheaval, only the KGB still stood by the former Soviet Union's top brass. They refused to disintegrate and split, and they tried to stop the sudden coup. Although they failed, Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, fell into a rare silence. The abrupt change that occurred in the late 1980s and early 1990s had reduced the former Soviet Union from one of the two superpowers to a second-rate country. In terms of economy, it could only be considered a third-rate country. The destroyed economy and the mental outlook of the people had yet to recover. Yuan Jinan continued, "Your current president, Pushin, lost his job at that time and once planned to become a taxi driver to make a living." Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, clenched their fists expressionlessly. Seeing that she had stirred up enough emotions, Yuan Jinan changed the topic and said excitedly, "If I tell you that there's a place where the Soviet Union hasn't disintegrated yet, where the people of the Soviet Union are living happily, and where the Soviet Union is still one of the only two superpowers in the world, would you want to go?" Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, looked at her as if she was an idiot. "Heh, you were still speaking human language just now, but now you're talking nonsense." Vladimir pulled out the axe from the ground and rolled his eyes in disdain. "No, she's talking in her sleep. Since it's just a game, no one will object if she calls herself the Queen of England." The driver, Ivan, held up his little princess dress and did a ballet salute. He even said exaggeratedly, "Your Majesty? Majesty, you don't believe me? Let me show you." Yuan Jinan said as he suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him a few times. In front of the Tunguska sinkhole, a misty ripple gradually appeared. Everything in front of him began to blur, and the world lost its boundaries. Even the color was gone. The blue sky, white clouds, green trees, and black soil all turned into a deep and light gray. This was in the game. If it was in real life, most people would be scared **. Although Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, were not ordinary people, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. After a while, the blur on the other side slowly dissipated, as if the focus of the phone's camera had stopped, and the scene on the other side began to become clear again. Like a crossword puzzle, the colors on the other side appeared bit by bit, recoloring the trees and scenery in front of them. What did they see? They saw the flag of the sickle and axe fluttering in the sky above the Kremlin, and saw the different signs hanging in front of the government building they used to know. It was like a nostalgic movie. The quality wasn't very good, there was no sound, and the picture was yellow. However, the scene in it made Vladimir and the driver, Ivan's heart beat wildly. However, their good professionalism still kept them silent and didn't get excited to the point of losing their composure. Yuan Jinan swiped his hand again, and the scene on the other side disappeared. What appeared was still the Tunguska sinkhole. It was like a natural, heavenly eye telescope, mysteriously facing the sky. You've all seen it. This is the deal I want to make with you. Yuan Jianan looked at them indifferently. I know you're the KGB of Russia, and I also know you're the elites of the KGB's Far East Bureau. I'll tell you this news, and you can pass it on to your superiors. If we can cooperate, the benefits you'll receive will be more than 8 figures in US dollars. Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, looked at each other, then turned to look at Yuan Jianan together. The driver, Ivan, said bluntly, "Do you think you can fool us with a PowerPoint presentation just because you're fake? Ms. Yuan, this is a game. Do you understand what a game is? Is it difficult to make such a game special effect? Don't forget, our Russian computer technology is also one of the best in the world." Vladimir waved his axe and made a pose. "Do you think this is a game special effect?" Yuan Jianan smiled and shook her head. She stared straight ahead, and her voice suddenly became very low. "That's not a game. That's the world's most cutting-edge black technology. Not only the United States, but even Russia has national capital to support this kind of scientific and technological research. Your level may not be high enough, so you don't know the inside story of this experiment for the time being, but I can tell you that in the field of quantum mechanics, these phenomena really exist." Yuan Jianan's face showed a hint of fanaticism. She raised her hands in the direction of the sinkhole, like a priestess in an ancient ritual. Coupled with the Tatar dress she was wearing today, it really looked like it. "Do you know the theory of multiple worlds? You know that the world we live in once split into another identical world. We can call it parallel space. There, the Soviet Union didn't disappear, and it was still a world power. It was on par with the United States. You really don't want to return to that era? To restore the glory of the past?" Vladimir came back to his senses and sneered. "Are you out of your mind? Or have you become stupid from playing games? Do you want to play Empire Summoning with us? Or Red Alert? No problem. Open your phone app, click on the game, and instantly return to the glory of the past. As long as you have enough batteries, not to mention the former Soviet Union, even ancient Rome can be made for you." When Vladimir started to have a venomous tongue, his skills were also very good. However, Yuan Jianan didn't blush. She knew that these people wouldn't believe her, and she didn't think that she would be able to convince these 2 KGB agents with just the scene in the game today. And from this angle, she wasn't wrong about these 2 people. "I understand that you don't believe me, and I don't blame you. I just want to make a deal with you. To be exact, I want to make a deal with your superiors. If you're interested, we'll contact you offline. After today, this game will be permanently deleted. You don't have to worry about leaving any traces. Think about it carefully and give me an answer before the weekend. We only have 1 month. M. Chapter 22-21. The book, Hello, Major General, has been written for nearly 3 years, and it has been full of ups and downs. From blocking chapters, to changing the cover, to changing the title, every time they would act first and inform me after change. This time, the sudden change of the title was even more outrageous. First of all, I did not agree to the change of the title, but it had already been changed before I knew it. I thought it was temporary, so I stupidly asked for a paid title at the end of the chapter the day before yesterday. As a result, when I came up with a new title and asked to replace the current title without my consent, the editor said that it could not be changed anymore. The renaming agreement had already been used, and if I wanted to change the title again, I would have to sign another agreement. My book was originally on the verge of ending, and I had planned to end it during the Chinese New Year. But now it's almost Chinese New Year, and the website and delivery company are on holiday. If I send a new agreement back now, and then the website staff on duty will change it, I don't know how many days it will take. Also, I once sent an agreement 3 times, and it took almost 2 months to finally get it done. This time, I don't know how long it will take, considering that my poor book is about to end soon, and I really don't want to write the ending under a name I don't like. After thinking about it, I decided to temporarily stop updating until the new title I like is officially replaced. I have to say, this is definitely not to threaten the readers, nor the website. If I really had the ability to threaten the readers and the website, I would not have been casually changed the cover and the title. I will definitely not take the blame for this. For me, This book has been written for nearly 3 years, and it has only accumulated a little bit of popularity on the internet. Because of the sudden change of the title, this popularity is probably gone. The person who feels the most sad is me. So I hope that the little angels can forgive me for being a little willful. All I can hold on is this last bit of dignity, and I hope to write the ending under the title I choose. I only hope that the little angels who like the book, Hello, Major General, will remember that there was once a book that accompanied you for 3 years. Although the final result may return to ordinary and will be submerged in the vast ocean of online literature, I still hope that my seriousness and efforts will leave a different impression in memory. Many years later, some people might still remember that there was an author named Cambrian who wrote a book called Hello, Major General, although he was forced to change his name when he was about to finish the story. Once the new title is changed, I will resume updating. There will definitely be a happy ending. Thank you, everyone. See you after the new year. M. Chapter 2222. The new title is Hello, My Most Beloved. Do you like it? The update will resume tomorrow. The first update is estimated to be at noon. There will still be 2 updates tomorrow. Moi cuties. The title of Hello, Major General has been changed. The update will resume tomorrow. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2223. In the game, Vladimir's axe-wielding man and driver Ivan's princess slowly lowered their heads and looked at Yuan Jinan with their big round eyes, as if they were looking at a fool. Yuan Jinan wasn't surprised by their reaction at all. If these two believed her words in the game and were so loyal, she would be suspicious. Was this the level of the Russian KGB elites? Now that the two of them were ignoring her, she was at peace with it. Looking in the direction of the two of them, Yuan Jinan smiled and said, I know these things are too shocking for you. When I first found out about this, it was like listening to a fantasy story. As she said that, she raised her hands, looked up at the sky, and slowly turned around. Her voice was trembling and full of emotion. In this world, there are natural geniuses. They can see the distance that others can't see, and they can touch the abyss that ordinary people can't touch. Vladimir's axe-wielding man looked coldly at the woman in front of him, waved his axe twice, and said disdainfully, That's enough. So what if you're a genius? It's just a change of scenery in a lousy game, and you can fool people into thinking that it's a parallel space. Why don't you say that you can come back to life? Anyway, it's a game. You can come back to life no matter how many times you're killed. Are you stupid? That's right. It's just a lousy game. No matter how technical it is, can it compare to our big Ivan? Driver Ivan's princess lowly danced happily. It's just a lousy game? Hee hee, no matter how powerful big Ivan is. Does he have a life? Yuan Jinan's disdainful expression was even shown on the stiff face of the Tatar woman in the game. Life? Driver Ivan's princess lowly circled around Yuan Jinan's Russian Tatar woman and tried to roll her eyes. Aren't you alive? Players are all living people, except for NPCs. What are you trying to say? Yuan Jinan was speechless. It seems that you don't understand. I won't waste any more time. Anyway, you only have a month. After a month, everything here will be physically deleted. Go back and think about it. You don't need to answer immediately. It's best to discuss it with someone. She smiled and winked at them. Her figure was surrounded by a halo of light that grew dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared. Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, looked at each other and also quit the game. In just a second, they had returned from that strange and dazzling world to the dull and cold hotel room. The two of them did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. They took off their VR helmets in the living room of their hotel and looked at each other with serious expressions on their faces. Boss, what do you think? The driver, Ivan, scratched the back of his hairy neck. I think there's something wrong with her. He pointed at his head. Do you have delusional psychosis? Vladimir, he sneered and kicked Ivan's leg. What's going on? If you're uncultured, then speak less. No one will think you're mute. He sat on the windowsill of the hotel's bay window, took out a cigar, and tapped it on his palm. Ivan immediately went to him and lit his cigar. Vladimir smoked for a while and watched the sky outside the window get darker and darker. The blue-purple sky began to twinkle with stars, just like the birch forest full of eyes in his hometown. He took a deep puff of his cigar and looked down. Looking down from the window sill of the skyscraper, the people and cars on the ground were like an endless stream of ants. He looked up at the starry sky. How many unknown secrets were there in the universe? Unlike Ivan, he was no stranger to the theory of parallel space. Moreover, he knew that there was indeed a group of scientists in the Russian Academy of Sciences that had been working on this area. Although they hadn't completely succeeded, it was said that they had made great progress. Under such circumstances, he didn't completely deny what the nagging woman had said in the scene that had been shown. But who was the genius that woman had mentioned? And what did she mean by life? He still felt that there was something wrong. After thinking about it for nearly an entire night, Vladimir looked up the game company's official website and saw that the company was registered in the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands again. Vladimir blew a kiss at the computer screen. I'll send a secret report to the Bureau now and ask them to send someone to the Cayman Islands to find out who the real boss behind this online game is. He had a feeling that Yuan Jianin wasn't the boss behind the scenes. At this time, Ivan was lying on the sofa, already sleeping like a bear. He smacked his lips from time to time and didn't hear Vladimir's words at all. Vladimir glanced at him with disdain and walked into the hotel's inner room. Not long after, the highest officials of the Russian KGB received a secret report from the second-in-command, Vladimir. When they saw the secret report, they all took it seriously. Firstly, the Russian president was coming to China to preside over the wedding, so their security had to be in place. Secondly, it involved the country's top secret, parallel space, so they also had to carry out an investigation. Of course, the most important thing was to find out who the person behind this game was. What was the real purpose of deliberately coming into contact with the KGB? After all, to be able to use the topic of parallel space, which was comparable to the country's top secret, as an exchange, that person's request was definitely not ordinary. The next day, Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, sat at the dining table without tasting their food. In front of them was their favorite Russian red vegetable soup. It was paired with Ukrainian marinated fat, cut into thin strips, and mixed with minced garlic and apple cider vinegar. It was especially delicious. However, the two of them put down their knives, forks, and spoons after eating a few mouthfuls. The driver, Ivan, was someone who couldn't hide his words. He asked again, "Is what that nagging woman said true or false?" Vladimir glanced at him and lowered his head to drink the soup with a spoon. He said seriously, "Didn't you say that there's something wrong with her brain and that she's suffering from a delusional mental disorder? Continue to think that way. Don't be misled by her. You believe what she says. No wonder you've only been a driver for so many years." "I'm a driver to begin with." The driver, Ivan, puffed out his chest and glared at Vladimir. "I'm only asking you if what she said is true. You're bullshitting me." Vladimir didn't want to answer, but he couldn't stop the driver, Ivan, from being a very talkative person. If he couldn't achieve what he wanted, he could bore people to death with his nagging. However, Vladimir was also a responsible person. It wasn't until he finished the red vegetable soup that he endured a strong headache and said slowly in between the driver, "Ivan, it doesn't matter if what she said is true or not. What's important is what she's going to do next. Don't forget the purpose of our operation. Whether she's telling the truth or not, we still have to cooperate with her. So is it important whether what she said is true or not?" The driver, Ivan, suddenly realized that he wasn't the best when it came to talking nonsense. The best was their second-in-command, Comrade Vladimir. 2 days later, a commercial airliner from North America swooped down and slowly landed at the Cayman Islands International Airport in the Western Caribbean Sea. The cabin door opened, and white men and women in T-shirts and baggy shorts walked down the gangway, excitedly. The man and woman in the middle were of medium build and were both wearing sunglasses. The man had a head of light flaxen hair, which was rather messy. He looked up at the clear blue crystal sky, narrowed his eyes, and said, "The weather is really hot." Yes, 30 degrees. How can it not be hot? What misunderstanding do you have about the Caribbean Sea? The woman next to him had blonde hair and blue eyes, but her skin, which should have been fair, was slightly brown, like honey. As she spoke, she looked around and smiled, as if it was the first time she had come to this resort. TSK, TSK, the sea here is really extraordinary. When I was on the plane, I saw that the shape of the island here is really like a turtle with its neck stretched out. Peter, is this the origin of the original name of the Cayman Islands? She pointed curiously at the blue sea. The sea and the sky were almost the same blue crystal color. There was no boundary between the sea and the sky, and it was deep and vast. This man with flaxen hair was the team leader of the Russian KGB's Far East Operations Group, Peter. However, he had now been promoted to the top of the KGB, only one level lower than Vladimir. The Cayman Islands were first discovered by Columbus, right? I remember its original name was Turtle Island. He looked around. But it's not because of the shape of these islands, but because the waters here are rich in sea turtles. After a pause, he said with a smile, Lena, do you want to eat turtle meat for dinner tonight? Turtle meat? The woman named Lena wrinkled her nose. Is it delicious? I heard it's not bad. It's a specialty here. Peter and Lena staggered off the plane and went to the customs to go through the customs procedures. They were holding American passports, and the procedures were quickly completed. Because of the Cayman Islands' unique geographical location and commitment to the development of financial business, it was not large and had a small population, but it was very rich and prosperous. There were only 40 to 50,000 people in total, but there were dozens of luxury hotels of all sizes, and there were countless 3-star and 4-star hotels. Peter and Lena stayed at the Grand Cayman Island Marriott Hotel. This hotel was relatively close to the city center. There was no other place with a beach view, but it was convenient and lively. Along the way, the banana tree, which was as tall as a person, was blown by the sea breeze. There was also a large kidney-shaped swimming pool at the entrance of the hotel. The water in the pool was blue, exactly the same color as the sea not far away. It was probably also seawater. Lena twitched the corners of her mouth and muttered, "There's really something wrong with him. The beach is just 10 minutes ahead, and there's still a need to dig a swimming pool at the entrance? Would there really be people who would give up the beautiful natural beach to stay in this swimming pool?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a burst of cheers and laughter coming from the direction of the swimming pool. Lena, Peter shook his head indifferently. You've been slapped in the face, haven't you? It's just that some people are so bored. Don't be surprised. He carried his suitcase and walked in front, ignoring the young boys and girls who were playing with water balloons in the swimming pool by the side of the road. Lena snorted and walked a few steps to catch up with him. She said unhappily, "Peter, is this your attitude? I'm your girlfriend." Peter stopped and took off his sunglasses. His eyes, which seemed to never be opened, lifted one of his eyelids and glanced at her. With just a glance, Lena suddenly found that she was about to stop breathing. The pressure seemed to be substantial, as if it was strangling her throat. Peter put on his sunglasses. Lena rubbed her throat, breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered, "What do you mean? Am I not your girlfriend?" Peter walked up to her and whispered in her ear, "Lena is Peter's girlfriend, but you're not the only Lena." After saying that, he took a step back and patted her face. "You're just a temporary name. Don't think too much about it." Lena shivered. She was almost blinded by the beautiful scenery of the Cayman Islands. She composed herself. "Got it. Thank you for the reminder." Peter's previous partner was said to have died in the Tunguska sinkhole. She was the second Lena, filling in for the previous Lena. The two of them walked into the hotel lobby and swiped their cards to check in according to their pre-booked room. Their room was on the top 6th floor of the Marriott Hotel, and it was a duplex suite. As soon as the two of them entered, they put away the sweet atmosphere outside, opened their suitcases, and got to work. The first step was, of course, to check if there were any wiretaps or recording devices in the room. The pinhole camera was the most important part of their test. The two of them checked the entire suite for half an hour and decided that there were no such devices in any corner before they began to pack their luggage. Peter regained his businesslike expression and said with drooping eyelids, "I'll stay downstairs, and you'll stay upstairs. Pack your things and go down for dinner. We'll start after dark." Lena was stunned. "We're taking action today. Aren't we going to rest for the night?" Peter glanced at her. "Do you think we're here on vacation?" "Even if we're not on vacation, shouldn't we figure out the route first before taking action?" Lena was also a skilled field agent, and she had her own set of guidelines. "Didn't you figure out the route before you came?" Peter turned around and picked up his suitcase. "I'm going to my room. I'll go down in 15 minutes to eat and then go out." Lena puffed up her cheeks and carried her suitcase upstairs. 15 minutes later, the two of them changed their clothes and went to the hotel's restaurant for lunch. It was lunchtime, and some people in suits and leather shoes came one after another. Most of them were men, mostly white and Asian. Their voices were loud, but they didn't sound like they were ill-mannered. Instead, there was a sense of superiority that came from their bones. Because they knew how outstanding they were, they didn't even bother to be polite. "Joseph, when will your maintenance be done?" "Soon. The system is too big, and it's a decentralized cloud database. Every backup is like death. Such a big game system, with so many people online at the same time, and it never crashed. This is the programmer of your company." A thin, bald white man at the next table turned around and gave him a thumbs up. "Mr. Chris, you flatter me. The main thing is that this system is really awesome. We're just maintaining it, and we don't even know who wrote it. What a F***king genius. Did you know? The entire system's source code is only 25 lines. It was used to develop the online game Your Life, but it was popular all over the world and supported 1 billion players." Chapter 22-24. Excited voices rose one after another in the restaurant, mixed with the tempting aroma of food drifting in the elegantly decorated hotel restaurant. Although Lena sat in front of Peter with a smile on her face and looked like she was enjoying her food, she actually didn't taste anything at all. She really didn't expect that Peter had already made all the arrangements without saying a word. What was the point of exploring? What direction? Staying in a hotel was actually the favorite place of the staff of the online game company for lunch. How could this be a coincidence? Lena sighed at Peter's foresight and thoroughness as she began her work. She turned half a circle at her seat and propped her long legs up. Her legs were tanned to the color of the sun with a hint of golden brown. The shape of her legs was straight and beautiful, giving people a pure visual enjoyment. It was not like those pure white legs that would be a little awkward to show in public. Of course, Lena's appearance was beautiful. The beauty of Slavs was famous in the West. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the IT or network managers of the online game company sitting diagonally across from them to notice Lena. Lena didn't hide her interest. When she saw them sneaking glances at her, she picked up her wine glass and gave them a charming smile. She puffed out her chest and asked in English with a slight Southern American accent, "What do you mean by source code?" She looked like a big-breasted, brainless, innocent, and curious baby. No matter which country's IT geeks, they all liked this type of woman. Hearing her question, they all turned around and answered her question at the same time. Source code is the programming language written by people. It lays the foundation of computer programs. If a computer program is compared to a tall building, the source code is its foundation and skeleton. After the source code is written, it is converted into computer-readable binary instructions. This is the process of building a building. Lena still looked confused. "Is this special? Why do you think so highly of the source code?" "Of course it's special. You don't understand. A slightly more complicated software program requires dozens or even hundreds of source codes to participate in the construction. And our large-scale online game has a complex structure and many scenes. But the 25 lines of source code can adapt to the changes in the game and generate various computer-readable binary instructions according to the needs of the players. Don't you think it's amazing?" Lena's heart skipped a beat, and her fingers clenched the glass. This was too miraculous, not just any ordinary kind of miraculous. She was sent by the KGB Far East Bureau to be Peter's partner, so of course, she had her own strengths. Her expertise was in deciphering computer network security systems, so she was no stranger to source code and assembly language. Therefore, he understood the moment he heard it. This was too amazing. That's impossible. But on the surface, she still wore a confused expression and said with a smile, "Although I don't understand, you really look amazing. You guys are the best." She raised her glass to them and drank first. The IT geeks burst into laughter and took a sip as well. A tourist sitting on the other side was also curious and said, "Is there really such a powerful source code? Is it free software or proprietary software? I really want to see it." "Hee, I can't show it to you. Even we haven't seen it before." As they spoke, the IT geeks spilled the beans. The light in Lena's eyes suddenly disappeared. She pursed her lips and said, "Haven't you seen it yourselves? Then why are you bragging?" "Although we haven't seen it, we know that it's the executable file that was automatically generated by the 25 lines of source code." The IT geeks anxiously maintained their dignity, and the veins on their necks bulged. Everyone laughed, so the restaurant was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Peter expressionlessly picked at the steamed Eastern starfish on the gold-rimmed white porcelain plate in front of him. He took the last bite and waved for the waiter to settle the bill. And the IT or network managers of the online game companies diagonally across from them were still salivating about how powerful the source code of their games was. Lena and Peter walked out of the hotel restaurant one after another and muttered, "I thought they were so powerful, but it turns out they were just bragging." Was the so-called 25 lines of source code really that powerful? She was skeptical. Even the people inside their company haven't seen these 25 lines of source code. It's very difficult for me to believe that such a thing really exists. She followed Peter to the corridor outside. Peter said lazily, "Whether it exists or not, won't we know tonight when we go and take a look?" "Lena, so this was their operation tonight. You should have said so earlier. If I did this, I wouldn't be tired." Lena walked in front of him and winked at him. Peter's face was expressionless, as if he was immune to all women. Of course, he wasn't interested in men either. Within the KGB, everyone said that Peter was born to be an intelligence officer because almost all of his relatives were dead. Only a distant aunt who was several generations away was still alive. He didn't have many friends, and he didn't like to talk to his colleagues and superiors. Only when he was working would he be fully focused and give it his all. At the end of September, the days in the Cayman Islands were still very long. When the sun finally fell below the horizon and the afterglow of the setting sun covered the entire sea, Peter and Lena had already arrived at a cafe near the headquarters of the large online game company Life, sitting and drinking coffee in a neighborhood cafe near the headquarters of the company. Most of the people sitting here were also people who worked on this street. This place is fun and makes a lot of money, but it's not suitable for living with a wife and children. Several staff members from nearby companies complained, "I'll go back to China in another year. No matter how good this place is, I don't want to live alone." "You still want to go back? Is it because you don't have enough money, or are the women there not fun?" A person next to the man winked at him and asked him to look at the beautiful white women and local native women across the street who were winking at them. These were also people who worked special jobs, and they usually only appeared on the streets after dark. The man took a look and shook his head. "I'm tired of it. You don't know how many I've hired, and it's just the same. I miss my wife and children. Anyway, my contract will expire next year. It's fine as long as I don't renew it then." Peter and Lena quietly finished a cup of coffee and waited for the sky to turn completely dark. When the rich nightlife on the island began, they threw down a few dollars and quietly left. Under the cover of the night, they arrived at the headquarters of the online game company. Lena looked up at the not-so-tall building and wondered, "Someone really set their headquarters here? I thought everyone just rented an office here as a registration place." "Most companies are like this, but your company, Life, is different." Peter looked up at the 6-story building and said calmly, "The central computer room is on the 3rd floor underground, and it has the most staff. From the looks of it, it's impossible to break through the company's firewall using network methods." Lena's face became serious. She nodded and said, "That's right. Our Russian hackers are the best in the world. We can even get into the CIA in the United States, but we can't crack the password of this unremarkable business network system. No, it's not that we can't crack it. It's that we still can't reach the core after we get in. Peter turned on the infrared monitor and checked the ecosystem within a radius of 500 meters. Apart from a few mice, he could also see the staff on duty in the building. For me, that means I can't crack the password. Lena calmly put on the night vision goggles. Their firewall is different from other systems. We really have to go to their central computer room. The two of them quickly broke the lock of the building and quietly hid in it. Of course, the lock had an alarm system. Peter couldn't be bothered to wait for Lena to crack the program. He directly used a utility knife to cut off the electronic connection of the lock and put an end to it. Lena glared at him. "You only know how to break." Peter ignored her and found an empty room inside the building to hide in. The two of them patiently lurked. 3 hours later, the infrared monitor showed that everyone else had left, and the two of them came out of their hiding place. "How do you know that the central computer room is on the 3rd floor underground?" Lena asked curiously as she walked down the stairs with him. Peter simply said, "The building's structure." Lena immediately shut up. The two of them wore high-tech operational uniforms that could reflect the infrared of surveillance equipment and arrived at the 3rd floor underground of the building. It was like a warehouse room made entirely of stainless steel. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all stainless steel that shone with a dark silver light. When people walked on it, they couldn't help but leave footprints, not even if their shoes were wrapped in plastic bags. They knew that there shouldn't be anyone else here, but the two of them still felt a little strange. The feeling of the hair on the back of their necks stood up. Although the two of them were back-to-back and holding high-powered pistols with silencers in their hands, they still felt alarmed. Almost at the same time, Peter shouted in a low voice, "Get down and roll." Bang! Bang! At the same time, gunshots rang out from all directions. In this stainless steel space, there was almost a sonic boom. Chapter 22-25. Peter and Lena quickly dodged and rolled on the ground to avoid the sudden bullets. Whoosh! 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 The bullets flew past them and hit the stainless steel plate, but they only left shallow dents. Bullets scattered around them. Lena was about to pull out her gun and fight back when Peter narrowed his eyes and quickly raised his hand. He fired several shots at the lock of the door beside him, smashing a heavy iron lock. "Come in," he shouted in Spanish, kicked the door open, and rolled in. Lena was puzzled, but she still obeyed the order and rolled in. Just as the two of them rolled into a small room beside the corridor, Peter slammed the door and held it tightly with his shoulder. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound outside the door, and then the sound became louder and louder. The entire stainless steel corridor did not move at all, and only a trace of smoke drifted in through the gap between the door. Lena sniffled a few times and said nervously, "What's wrong? What happened outside?" Peter said gloomily, "We really underestimated them." "What happened?" "The stainless steel corridor outside has bulletproof functions. Bullets can't penetrate it, and their bullets are not ordinary bullets. They're explosive bullets that can explode twice," Peter said in a low voice with his back against the door. Lena instantly understood and said in a low voice, "If we hadn't found this room to hide in, even if we weren't hit by the bullets outside, we would have been killed by the second explosion." Peter nodded slowly, put the gun in his hand into his holster, and listened to the sounds outside. After the outside quietened down, Lena stood up, looked around, and frowned. "This is just a utility room." She wanted to push the door open and go out. Peter quickly grabbed her hand. "No hurry." The door did not open, and it was very quiet outside. It did not seem like there was anyone inside. Lena came back to her senses and was no longer in a hurry. With such a concentrated burst of gunfire just now, someone would definitely come over. But when we came in, we checked that there was no one here. "Where did the gunfire come from?" Lena whispered and took out her infrared monitor to check again. As expected, there were no signs of life here, except for the two of them. Could it be an automatic alarm device? Peter was also thinking about this problem. Is it connected to the guards outside? That's possible. Lena nodded. The gunshots just now were disorderly. It didn't seem like a real person fired a gun, maybe it was automatically controlled. After another 10 minutes, the sound of unhurried footsteps came from outside. Someone really came? Peter and Elena looked at each other, alert. They couldn't just sit and wait for death in this small storeroom. They had to rush out. Peter pulled out his gun and looked through the peephole on the door. His pupils constricted. The person walking in was a robot with a stainless steel exterior. The appearance of these robots was too obvious. One look, and you could tell that they weren't real people. There were a total of 4 robots of average height. Peter estimated that they should all be about 1.7 meters, which was not very tall. Their joints were not very flexible, but they had no problem moving forward or backward. Their faces were made of stainless steel, shining with a dull silver light. There seemed to be pinhole cameras in their eyes. When they looked at people, their pupils shrank into small black dots, looking very cold and merciless. Lena came over to take a look and gasped. They actually used robots as security guards. They're harder to deal with than real people. Peter thought for a moment and put the gun back. Competing with them in marksmanship is asking for trouble. Then what should we do? Lena was anxious. Are we just going to wait for them to come in? The 4 robots split into 4 directions and began to inspect inch by inch. Soon, they would arrive at the storeroom where they were. Peter took out a special KGB steel cable from his pocket. It was as thin as a cow's hair, but very tough. If it was used to strangle a person's neck, it could even cut off the neck directly. Lena saw Peter take out this thing and smiled. You want to use this to deal with them? At the same time, Peter took out a small spray can and shook it at Lena. Watch me. He suddenly opened the door and threw it out. Hearing the movement on the ground, the robots quickly turned around and fired in the direction of the tin can. The tin can was quickly burst, and the gas inside gushed out of the tin can like a magic trick, quickly occupying the entire corridor. This gas was very thick and could seriously obstruct the robot's vision. Unlike humans, the robot's vision relied on the perception of electronic components, and this gas could disable the perception of electronic components. Peter had originally brought this thing to deal with the mainframe control system here, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Soon, the robots couldn't even walk steadily. As if they were drunk, they began to stagger. However, they were very vigilant. They held their guns and fired around from time to time, not caring even if they hit their own people. They were robots. As long as they didn't hit their vital parts, their combat ability wouldn't be affected. Peter looked at these robots with a hint of envy in his heart. If only they could have this kind of thing. As he thought about it, he put on his night vision goggles and rushed out of the door. His voice was very soft, but if it wasn't for the fact that the robot's electronic component perception system had been destroyed, he wouldn't have been able to hide from those robots. Now it was different. The robot's vision and perception were severely hindered, so he could crawl to the side of these robots without being noticed. Before they could react, he used the flexible steel cable, which was as thin as a cow's hair, to wrap the arms, legs, and brains of the 4 robots and tied the other end to each other's body. Then, he fired a shot in the direction of the wall, before quickly returning to the storeroom where he had been hiding. When the gunshot rang out, the robots immediately became alert. They picked up their guns and fired while running toward the wall. As soon as they moved, the flexible steel cable that Peter had wrapped around them immediately cut into their limbs. First, their running legs suddenly fell from their bodies due to the pulling force coming from different directions. The 4 robots fell to the ground, but they were still waving the semi-automatic submachine guns in their hands. This way, their arms also fell from their torsos. Without arms and legs, the robots were like cylindrical trash cans, rolling down the smooth, stainless steel corridor. After the gas outside dissipated, Peter crawled out of the storeroom and quickly rushed over. He pulled the steel cable and cut off the heads of the 4 fallen robots. Their arms that were scattered on the ground stopped moving and became completely quiet. Lena also came out. Looking at the scattered mechanical parts on the ground and the torsos of the robots that had just been in human form, she said with lingering fear, "What is this place? Why is there such a powerful robot security guard? This is a robot warrior, not just a security guard." Peter picked up the gun with a sullen face and fired several shots at the brains of the scattered robots on the ground, riddling them with holes. Chapter 22-26. Lena shook her head regretfully. If you beat them up like this, the control chip will be gone. Why don't we find one to bring back? Peter shrugged. This place is a bit strange. There's no time to find a chip for us. Besides, although these robots look good, haven't you noticed that their movements aren't coherent? Their technology should be limited. Let's go and find the main control system. He didn't say that robots of this level existed as waste in their Russian Military Research Institute. It was like a fighter jet. When you had a fifth-generation fighter, would you still study the technical performance of a first-generation fighter? It had to be impossible. Lena raised her head and looked around. She frowned and said, "Will there be more robots or humans coming?" "I don't think so." Peter stood up and walked to the end of the corridor. If there were, they would have come a long time ago. "Don't tell me there are only 4 robots." Lena muttered. "Aren't you going to make a few more?" "If they can make a few more of these robots, they won't be a game company anymore. They'll be a mercenary company instead," Peter said coldly without turning back. Lena thought for a moment and smiled. No wonder our infrared monitor couldn't detect anyone. It turns out to be a robot. In theory, as long as there was a living creature, there would be heat. These robots also had heat, but it was different from biological heat. Therefore, the infrared monitor didn't treat them as people and alert Peter and Lena. The two of them came to the closed door at the end of the corridor. Peter raised his wrist and pressed a few times on his watch. "This should be their central control room," he said. Lena knew that Peter's map of this place should be stored in the smartwatch. She quickly took out a small decoder and stuck it to the door's password lock. She began to decode it. Peter stood beside her and looked around warily. He listened attentively to the sound and calculated the time in his mind. If these robots were monitored, the person behind them would definitely know and rush over after they dealt with the robots. Their time was limited. "Hurry up," Peter urged Lena and pointed to his watch. "Soon, don't worry." Lena was very calm when it came to what she was good at. Although she was urged by Peter, she still insisted on her own pace and finally cracked the password of the door's password lock. This was not an ordinary room, and Peter would not use simple and crude methods to deal with the door of the central control room. These places all have self-destruct devices. If you're not careful, all the things inside will self-destruct. That would really make you vomit blood. Peter breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the password unlock. "Let's go." He was the first to open the door and walk in. After entering, the two of them quickly found a place to hide. They were worried that there would be more android warriors inside. However, after waiting for a minute and finding no abnormalities, Lena believed Peter's judgment and gave him a thumbs up. "Amazing." Peter glanced at her. "Let's remove the surveillance first. It won't be too late to flatter him later." "Hee hee. How do you know I'm flattering you?" Lena smiled and connected to the indoor control system here. Soon, she found the location of several surveillance cameras. Unhurriedly, she inputted a photo that she had just taken in the room into the system, making the semi-intelligent system's camera believe that this was the real situation in the room. Mechanical things are like this, stubborn. Lena clapped her hands, came out of her hiding place, and gestured to Peter that the alarm was off. Peter also gave her a thumbs up and came out his hiding place. "All right, I'll keep you on guard. You go find what we want." Peter held his gun and pointed at the various computers in the room. The entire wall here was a display screen, divided into various screens, and all kinds of scenes appeared on them. It was the scene of a life game they were familiar with. Lena looked at the layout here, found a computer to sit down on, and began to operate. As she cracked the password, she said, "No wonder we can't break in directly from the network. There is a physical defense here, divided into the intranet and the outer network. What we've cracked has always been the outer network's protection password. The intranet can't be accessed at all? Then how do they control the game?" In terms of computers, Peter was inferior to Lena. At this time, Lena had already unlocked the intranet password of the control system here. She said, "It can be controlled in one direction, just like that kind of special one-way visual glass. You can see the other party but the other party can't see you. It's the same principle. Peter understood and stopped asking. Instead, he looked at his watch to time Lena and said, "You still have 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, I think someone will be back." The people behind the scenes would definitely know that they had cleaned up the robots earlier. No problem. After Lena entered the system, she went straight to the core area. The handheld system she brought quickly connected to the mainframe and began to quickly download important folders. They didn't have that much time to decode it immediately. They just had to download it back and study it carefully. 10 minutes later, the system beeped, indicating that the download was complete. "Let's go." Lena put away her handheld device and carefully put it away. She walked out with Peter. This time, the two of them went up the elevator and quickly arrived at the ground floor. However, when they went out, they were sniped. Bang! A bullet spun from afar and hit the ground not far from Peter and Lena's feet. The bullet was powerful and ferocious. It exploded when it hit the ground, and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Peter's expression changed. He picked up Lena and threw her into the car by the side of the road. Drive. This was an SUV they had rented, and it wasn't bulletproof. There were already cars chasing after them from behind. Lena sat in the driver's seat and drove. Peter opened the window and fired several shots at the cars behind him. His marksmanship was accurate. He almost shot one tire at a time, blowing up all the tires in front of the cars behind him. The sound of cars losing control and crashing came from behind, piercing through the quiet night sky of the Western Caribbean island. Peter's face darkened. He continued to shoot at the cars that had crashed into each other. He only stopped when he knocked down a few drivers. On the other side, Lena had already driven out of the neighborhood and towards the sea. They didn't go straight back to the hotel. Instead, they drove in another direction. "Jump out of the car." Lena put the gear in gear and stepped hard on the accelerator. Then, she pushed open the door on her side and rolled forward to jump out. Peter was even faster than her. As soon as she finished speaking, he had already jumped down. The car they had been driving just now continued forward and drove towards the sea. Not long after, there was a thud. The car had already fallen. The cliff here wasn't high. It was only a few meters, but it was enough for a car to sink to the bottom of the sea. "Let's go." Peter looked around. After making sure that no one was chasing them, he and Lena went back the way they came. Returning to the penthouse suite of the Marriott Hotel where they were staying, Lena didn't tidy herself up. She immediately took out the handheld device and connected it to the computer. She used the computer to transfer these folders to a safe place for backup and then began to crack the password. "I'm going to take a shower. When I'm done, these folders should be able to be opened." Lena yawned and walked to the bathroom. Peter didn't go. He sat beside Lena's computer, looking at it and waiting for the decoding to be completed. Lena's estimation was very accurate. As soon as she came back from the shower, the computer showed that the decoding was completed. "I like to see what they're hiding." Lena sat down with a smile and opened the folders with Peter. There were a lot of things in it. After a quick scan of their professional equipment, the system determined that the most important documents were some legal documents and bank transfer documents. "What's going on?" Lena looked at Peter in surprise. "Who owns this company? Why do they have to transfer money to a Swiss bank?" Peter looked at it more carefully than she did. He pointed to a legal document. "It seems that we have to ask our friends in China for help." "What's wrong?" Lena's eyes widened as she looked at the legal document. "This is the contract for the transfer of the source code. Do you know this person?" If I didn't misspell this name, it should be Song Haichuan. Peter narrowed his eyes. This person was very powerful more than 20 years ago, but 18 years ago, no, 19 years ago, he passed away. You weren't even born when he became famous internationally. As he spoke, Peter copied the document, opened a secret email, and sent it to Vladimir, who was preparing to attend Gu Ninji and Hui Xiaoheng's wedding in China. "Old friend, find out what's going on." Chapter 22-27. When Vladimir, who was in Huaxia, saw the email, it was Monday evening. The worst day of the week was after work on Monday. The laziness of the weekend was still imprinted in his bones, but now he was facing a whole week of not being able to relax. Office workers were usually not in a good mood at this time. Many people were usually going to bars or restaurants to relax after work on Monday. Only when they had enough energy would they be able to devote themselves to the busy work of the following week. Vladimir was currently in a half-working state. He and his driver, Ivan, were sitting in an open-air bar on the third ring road of the imperial capital. Each of them was holding a phone and playing a red packet snatching game with Gunyenji. Even if they could only grab a few yuan each time, they would still grab it with relish. Gunyenji was waiting for dinner in the dining room of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. While Hua Xiaoheng was talking to Lu Jin, she took the opportunity to chat with Vladimir and the others on her phone and send red packets. She sent out a series of red envelopes and purposely set it to two people to see who was faster. In the end, she and the driver, Ivan, snatched it many times, but she didn't see Vladimir make a move. She was a little surprised and quietly sent a private message to the driver. Ivan, Uncle Driver, what's wrong with the second-in-command? The driver, Ivan, took a look and replied, he's reading an email. Maybe it's his lover. You know, he's so focused, as if he's looking into his lover's eyes. Gunyenji, this was not the driver uncle's style. She waited for a while, and when she couldn't help but ask, Vladimir took the initiative to send her a private message. Serious, are you familiar with the name Song Haichuan? Was it the Song Haichuan she was familiar with? Gunyenji blinked and carefully replied, which Song Haichuan? You should know that there are many people with the same name in China, and this name is not unique. For example, Big Ivan, Vladimir sent a string of ellipses, and then called her directly. Serious, do you know which Song Haichuan I'm talking about? The Song Haichuan related to your fiancé. Gunyenji took a deep breath. You mean my fiancé's maternal grandfather, Song Haichuan? The former director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics? Yes, that's him. Do you know him? In other words, does your fiancé understand him? Vladimir frowned as he looked at the email. After some thought, he forwarded it to Gunyenji. I sent you an email. Take a look and then show it to your fiancé. What is it? So mysterious. Gunyenji muttered as she clicked on the email forwarded by Vladimir. Her eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. What the hell was going on? This was clearly a setup that they had worked together on, but now they seemed to be shooting themselves in the foot. Gunyenji's heart was in a mess. She casually chatted with Vladimir and the driver, Ivan, for a while, then said that she was going to eat and said goodbye to them. She walked into the kitchen with her phone in her hand. Lu Jin happened to walk out. Seeing her unhappy expression, he asked curiously, what's wrong? Was he starving? Can I get you some snacks? Like Gunyenji, Lu Jin had a bad temper when he was hungry. As long as he was full, everything could be discussed. The corners of Gunyenji's mouth twitched. Dad, go wait. I'll bring the dishes. Okay. Lu Jin smiled and nodded. I'll go outside and take a look. After he left, Gunyenji came to Hua Xiaoheng's side and asked in a low voice, Major General Hua, how much do you know about your grandfather, Mr. Song Haichuan? Hua Xiaoheng was scooping the dishes out of the pot. He paused and said, not bad. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly interested in my grandfather? I just wanted to ask, isn't your grandfather a physicist? Does he also know how to code? As Gunyenji spoke, she forwarded Vladimir's email to Hua Xiaoheng and showed him her phone. Here, this is it. Are you shocked? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. However, he was more composed and didn't show it on the surface. He said casually, you'll have to ask Miss Song about that. Gunyenji suddenly realized and slapped her forehead. That's right. I only thought of asking you. How old were you back then? You must know more about Ms. Song. Hua Xiaoheng came back to his senses and calmed down to plate the dishes. He and Gunyenji brought them to the dining room for dinner. Lu Jin and Gunyenji were still full of praise for the food. Hua Xiaoheng maintained his smile, but his mind had already flown away. This was a trap set up by their agency in cooperation with the Russian Committee of State Security, KGB. Just like Gunyenji, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't expected this to be related to his grandfather, Song Haichuan, who had passed away 19 years ago. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't want to prejudge the whole thing. After dinner, Lu Jin called Gun Yinji back to his official residence next door. Gun Yinji thought about the email and waved at Lu Jin with a smile. Dad, I want to go see Ms. Song and CEO Lu with Major General Hua. Huh? Oh. Lu Jin waved his hand. Then you guys go ahead. I won't go. I've been doing an experiment for the past few days, and it's almost done. I have to go make the final observations. Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll be home later. Don't be too late. You have to work tomorrow. Lu Jin was very dutiful as a father. In fact, if Gun Yinji stayed in bed, he wouldn't stop her at all. Got it, Dad. You should go to bed early too. Gun Yinji smiled as she walked him out. Hua Xiaoheng followed her out and parked his car at the entrance of Lu Jin's official residence. After Gun Yinji came out, the two of them quickly drove to Lu Yuan's villa in the West Mountains. It was already dark outside, but it was still early. It wasn't even 8 o'clock, and there weren't many cars on the road. It only took the two of them half an hour to arrive at Lu Yuan's villa in the West Mountains. On the way, Gun Yinji had already called to confirm that Lu Yuan and Song Jining were both at home. The two of them had just finished dinner and were planning to take a walk on the mountain road as a way to digest their food. When he received Gun Yinji's call, Lu Yuan could hear the uneasiness and urgency in her tone. He smiled and said, "Okay, come over. Jining and I will make tea and wait for you." Not long after, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng sat in the study of Lu Yuan's villa. There was a straw coffee table in front of the four of them. On the coffee table was an ancient Kung Fu teacup. Song Jining was boiling water and sifting tea. "Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter?" Lu Yuan asked with concern and handed Gun Yinji a cup of tea. "Have some tea to calm your mind." Gun Yinji took a sip of tea and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. She frowned and said, "Major General Hua, are you going to tell me, or should I?" Hua Xiaoheng sat upright with a serious expression. He looked at Song Jining and first took out Gun Yinji's phone. He took a screenshot of the email and showed it to Song Jining and Lu Yuan. "Ms. Song, I want to ask what grandfather did before he entered the Institute of High Energy Physics." Chapter 22-28. Song Jining hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji to come so late at night to ask about her father, Song Haichuan, who had passed away 19 years ago. Her hand slowed down as she slowly put down the red clay teapot and looked at Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully. "Why do you ask? Grandfather couldn't have become the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics right after graduation, right?" Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the screenshot on the phone. "Did he ever write code?" Song Jining frowned. "What code?" She looked at the screenshot of the email that Hua Xiaoheng had shown her and was shocked. "What's going on? What game source code?" "Not only the game source code, but also this Swiss bank account number." Hua Xiaoheng was very familiar with Swiss banks. He had already asked someone to check the bank account number. It proves that it was left by a person named Song Haichuan. This bank account is the account of the large online game company, your account number of life's regular bank transfers. And a Swiss bank account? Lu Yuan was also interested. He thought for a while and said, "The old director Song I know is a very knowledgeable and wise person. He only has experimental research in his heart. He doesn't seem like someone who would secretly open an overseas bank account for himself. Is he the same kind of person as my father?" Gun Yinji couldn't help but ask. "A genius, but unsophisticated?" "No. Director Song is very approachable and treats everyone equally. Not only does everyone in the research institute like to respect him, but even the people at all levels in the military who worked with him at that time have high praise for him." Lu Yuan was the person who had worked with Song Haichuan the most back then. This was also the reason why Hua Xiaoheng did not avoid him. He needed Lu Yuan to provide more information for research and judgment. Gun Yinji's eyes widened in shock. "You're completely different from my father. That's not strange. There is more than one type of genius." Lu Yuan smiled. "However, there are also similarities between them. For example, their enthusiasm for their research career, their rigorous academic attitude, and their tireless work style. With these things, they can make contributions that others can't." Gun Yinji nodded emotionally. This is what it means to be smarter and more hardworking than you, right? Lu Yuan smiled. You can think of it that way. Gun Yinji and Lu Yuan talked to the side and outlined the general image of Song Haichuan. Song Jining couldn't calm down when she recalled her father. She stood up and paced back and forth in the room. She crossed her arms and muttered, "My father never thought of himself as a genius. He always said, no matter how talented you are, there's always someone better out there." He was very open-minded and open-minded. However, he is willing to work with geniuses because this can create more sparks of thought and promote technological progress. Then what's with this source code? Gun Yinji's slender fingers tapped the phone screen. This document shows that the author of the source code is Song Haichuan. Although there's no other evidence, your father's name is also Song Haichuan. If the two of them aren't the same person, then this is too much of a coincidence. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe that this is a coincidence. I don't believe it either. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. But if it was really grandfather's doing, when did he write the source code? And why did he give it to the game company to develop the game? They could see the date of the signing on the document, but they couldn't find out the motive behind it. Song Jining looked at the document again and suddenly said, "Is there any source code? I want to see it." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji. "Do you have a way to get it?" Gun Yinji quickly said, "I'll go ask." She and Lu Jin had hacked in the online game server, but they hadn't gotten much information. According to their deductions, there should also be a difference between the intranet and the extranet. The important information was placed on the intranet, and the online game was structured on the extranet. They had hacked into the extranet server, but they couldn't access the information on the intranet. But this time, Vladimir and the others had sent people to the Cayman Islands, so they should be able to break into the intranet. She sent a text message to Vladimir and asked him about the source code. Vladimir immediately contacted Peter and Lena and asked them to find the original source code that was said to be only 25 lines long and sent it over. Peter and Lena downloaded all the folders on the intranet server and found the source code. Seeing Vladimir's request, they quickly sent it over in encrypted files. Vladimir didn't waste a minute and immediately sent it to Gun Yinji. In the time it took Gun Yinji to drink a cup of tea, she had already received the source code. She quickly showed it to Song Jining and asked excitedly, "Did you remember anything?" Song Jining also had a certain level of computer knowledge, and the source code was originally a text file for people to read. She looked at it for a while, but still didn't understand. She asked Gun Yinji, "Do you know what this source code can do?" Gun Yinji quickly explained that a large-scale online game called Your Life. It said that this online game is built on this source code. A large-scale online game? Song Jining asked again. Can you be more specific? Simply put, this game is a replay of the scene. You can choose some settings to complete a mission, or rather, some of your life goals. For example, if I want to get promoted, then I can choose my major, work experience, company, and colleagues. This is like a life scene. Every choice you make here points to whether your goals are achieved or not. If you succeed, you'll pass. If you fail, your life will be over. These scenes can overlap with other players. If everyone chooses related settings, for example, everyone chooses the same company, then they will be competitors. Simply put, that's it. Gun Yinji thought about it and added, this game's scenes are very realistic, so realistic that it's almost like reality. Moreover, it's virtual reality, a virtual reality game. Hua Xiaoheng had also played this game with Gun Yinji before. Later, for Zhuo Qinghong's sake, he had gone there a few times. He continued, it said that the realism of the game's scenes has a lot to do with the source code. The more realistic the scene, the more code is needed, and the higher the requirements on the server. Just like those photos with higher and higher resolution, the memory required is also increasing. But this game doesn't seem to have this problem. It's been online for several years, and it's almost never crashed. Gun Yinji looked at the 25 lines of source code and was amazed. If these 25 lines of source code can really generate so many executable programs, then that's really amazing. Even her father, Lu Jin, might not have such ability to write code. Song Jining finally understood after hearing Gun Yinji's words. She walked to her seat and sat down. She tilted her head and looked at Gunyinji's phone. She said thoughtfully, "Now that you mention it, I remember. When my father was young, the only thing he did related to computer programming was to study magnetic resonance. He used a computer to simulate scene. He named it Simulator." Simulator? Simulator? Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly with a solemn expression. "As far as I know, simulator is used the most in nuclear physics. Did grandfather study nuclear physics before?" Chapter 22-29. Song Jining quickly shook her head and said with certainty, "No, my father has never studied nuclear physics. Although he knows the basic knowledge, he has never studied it in depth. This is a different field. Ms. Song, can you find the original version of this source code? If it really has something to do with the simulator that old director Song wrote back then?" Gun Yinji suggested. "Then we'll have concrete evidence. There's also this source code transfer contract. If old director Song really signed it, he should also have the other party's signature on the contract." Song Jinning's heart was heavy as she said, "You mean, you want me to look through my father's belongings?" Gun Yinji nodded embarrassedly. "Can I?" Sigh. Song Jinning sighed softly and said sadly, "My father used the laboratory as his home and devoted himself to the magnetic field experiment. He lived and ate in the laboratory building for several years. He didn't even go home during the new year." What she meant was that most of Song Haichuan's relics should have been destroyed in the big explosion. Lu Yuan quietly held Song Jinning's hand and comforted her. "Don't be sad. Let's think of a way together." He also remembered that Song Jinning always had New Year's Eve dinner with the whole family. After dinner, she would pack a portion for Song Haichuan. Hua Xiaoheng also knew that for as long as he could remember, Song Jinning would personally deliver New Year's Eve dinner to Song Haichuan's laboratory building. He had once followed Song Jinning to deliver it, and the old scientist who was immersed in the experiment always remembered to give him a red packet, even though he didn't celebrate New Year's. Red packet. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Grandfather didn't leave much behind. The part that was left in the laboratory building was indeed destroyed, but the things he left behind before he cooperated with the military are still there, right?" Song Jinning nodded and said implicitly, "Yes, my father still has a small house. It's a courtyard house on Second Ring Road. I haven't been there for many years. There are only some ordinary daily necessities for him and my mother. I don't know how the house is doing." Xiaoheng quickly looked at Lu Yuan and said, "CEO Lu, can you please go to the courtyard house left behind by my grandfather with Ms. Song and see if there are any clues?" "No problem. We'll go tomorrow." Lu Yuan agreed immediately. It's too late today. He saw that Song Jinning didn't look too good, so he wanted her to rest for the night to calm down. Anyway, the courtyard house was right there, and it couldn't run away even if it didn't have long legs. Lu Yuan had worked with Song Haichuan a lot, so he naturally knew that place. He also knew that Song Haichuan had moved most of the useful things away a long time ago for the convenience of his work. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to investigate. "My mother died when I was young. I grew up with my father." Song Jinning sighed. "I still find it hard to believe that my father would do such a thing behind my back. The father and daughter had once depended on each other for survival. Was there any need to hide or lie?" Gun Yinji saw that she seemed to have hurt Song Jinning, so she quickly said, "Ms. Song, don't prejudge your position and think that old director Song must have done this. In other words, don't you know what kind of person your father is?" "I know, but the facts are right in front of me." Song Jinning smiled bitterly. "I'm a scientist, and I respect facts the most. We can't come to a conclusion yet as to what the facts are." Gun Yinji calmed down and habitually put on the mindset of arguing in court. "Even if the transfer contract is real, it doesn't mean anything. I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg. We'll have to put the whole picture together to know what the truth is." Lu Yuan nodded approvingly and said gently, "Nianji is right. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We can't just rely on this transfer contract to determine Old Song's role in it." Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Then we'll go back first. Do you want to have dinner at my official residence tomorrow night? This meant that they would meet again tomorrow. Lu Yuan agreed. Okay, see you at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. CEO Lu, can't you arrive earlier? Show us your skills and prepare dinner. Just home-cooked food is fine. I'm not picky. What, Xiaoheng? Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Sure, no problem. I'll bring the dishes over to cook. The smile on Gun Yinji's face was so bright that it could glow. After Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji left, Song Jining thought of Gun Yinji's expression and couldn't help laughing. She said, "It's so good to be young. Her face is so bright when it comes to eating. She really likes your cooking." Lu Yuan put his arm around her shoulder and stood side by side on a mountain road. He looked at the departing headlights and said gently, "She's trying to help you calm down. She's a careful and good girl. Xiaoheng is lucky to have her." He turned to look at Song Jining and said, "But Xiaoheng isn't as lucky as me." Although Song Jining was in a gloomy mood, she was amused and smiled. "Go on. Of course Nianji is a good girl. Do I need you to tell me that?" Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng returned to the official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Lu Jin was still awake. He was playing on his tablet in the living room, waiting for her to come back. When he heard the door open, he looked up and saw Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng walking in from the porch. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What happened?" It was so late. They would go to Lu Yuan's house first and then return to his official residence together. According to his past habits, if there was nothing serious, he thought that Hua Xiaoheng would take the opportunity to keep Gun Yinji at his place for the night. Now that she had been sent back obediently, well, it didn't make sense. Gun Yinji didn't know the reasoning process in her father's mind. She walked over with a smile and said, "Dad, you're so amazing. You knew something was wrong just by looking at it?" She sat next to Lu Jin, took out her phone, and showed him the 25 lines of source code. "Take a look again. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you surprised?" Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. "Naughty. What is it? Let me see." He took Gun Yinji's phone and glanced at the source code. Then he was fascinated. He looked at it again and said in surprise, "Who wrote this source code? It's amazing. Even I can only write this much. I can't do it without a single symbol. Concise, smooth, and invincible logic. Tisk tsk, the most powerful things are indeed the most concise. Do you remember Einstein's mass energy equation? E is equal to the square of mc. It's just 3 letters. In the world of physics, it's the same as God's creation." Gun Yinji looked at Lu Jin's increasingly excited expression in surprise and said in confusion, "Really? This source code is comparable to Einstein's mass energy equation?" "I'm just making an analogy to tell you that the most powerful things are the simplest." Lu Jin curled his index finger and tapped her forehead. "What are you thinking about? Of course this source code can't be compared to Einstein's mass energy equation." Chapter 22:30. Gun Yinji giggled and rubbed her forehead. She made a face and said, "So you mean that this source code has nothing to do with you?" TSK. It's not easy for you to meet your match one day. Ha ha. You're getting naughtier and naughtier. Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. "It's just a piece of source code that's on par with me. And it makes you so happy? Are you still my girl?" "Of course I'm your girl." Gun Yinji hugged Lu Jin's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. "I'm proud of you. That's why I'm surprised that someone can be on par with you in a certain aspect." Okay, I know what you're thinking." Lu Jin pushed her head away. "Tell me, who wrote this? Does it have anything to do with you guys going to Boss Lu's place today?" "Of course it does. Do you even need to ask? Even if you think with your knees, you know." Gun Yinji shrugged and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, do you want to tell me, or should I?" Hua Xiaoheng had no intention of sitting down. He had something on his mind and planned to work all night. He said, "Go ahead. I'll go back and take a look and prepare for tomorrow." "All right." Gun Yinji's eyes lit up again. "Dad, Boss Lu will come to Major General Hua's place for dinner tomorrow and cook for us." "Huh, really?" Lu Jin was overjoyed. Why don't Boss Lu come to my place to cook? My kitchen hasn't been open for a long time. Gunyinji made a face. It's not that it hasn't been open for a long time. It's that it's never been open, right? Lu Jin snorted. You only know how to undermine me. Be careful that you won't be allowed to eat Boss Lu's dishes tomorrow. The father and daughter chatted and laughed. They didn't notice when Hua Xiaoheng had left Lu Jin's official residence. His movements had always been quiet. If he didn't want anyone to know, he would be able to leave in public without anyone noticing. By the time Gunyinji noticed, Hua Xiaoheng had already returned to his study. He walked to the bookcase that occupied the entire wall, reached out, and took down a small succulent bonsai from the shelf on the bookcase. He pressed the switch, entered the password, and opened the safe embedded in the wall. The safe contained some of his belongings from his youth. He had taken them from the Hua family's mansion after he became the head of the Special Operations Forces. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into the safe and took out a very old wooden box. The appearance of the box was very simple, and the wood was also very ordinary camphor wood. There was only a layer of varnish on it, and it was plain and unadorned. When he opened the box, there was a stack of red envelopes inside. There were 12 of them in total. The style of these red envelopes was very old. It was obvious that they were popular more than 20 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the red envelopes expressionlessly. After a long time, he put on a pair of semi-transparent plastic gloves and took out the red envelope at the top. This was also the last red packet that his grandfather, Song Haichuan, had given him before the big explosion. It was also the last spring festival that Song Haichuan had spent in this world. From the age of 5, Hua Xiaoheng had accompanied Song Jining to deliver Song Haichuan's reunion dinner on New Year's Eve every year, until Song Haichuan passed away. He had been there a total of 8 times, and Song Haichuan had also personally given him 8 red envelopes. The other 4 red envelopes had been given by Song Haichuan to Hua Xiaoheng because he was still young at the time, so young that he didn't go with Song Jining to deliver the reunion dinner. Other than a sum of cash, there was also a note inside each red envelope. It was a spring festival greeting card that Song Haichuan had personally written for him. Unlike normal greeting cards, there was only one line of source code on these cards. He had seen it countless times when he was young, and because of that, he began to study computer science. Until now, his computer programming ability was second to none in the world. However, because of his identity, he had never displayed it in public, nor had he participated in any international computer competitions. All of his achievements belonged to the country and the military. However, no one knew why he had suddenly become so interested in computer science when he was young. Sitting in front of his desk, he looked at the 12 greeting cards that were laid out in chronological order. When they were connected, they followed the exact same logic as the line of source code he had just seen. Unfortunately, there were only 12 lines of source code, so it was obvious that it hadn't been written yet. Since the 25 lines of source code could support a large-scale online game, what kind of scene did the 12 lines of source code in his hands point to? Hua Xiaoheng looked at them quietly. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it quietly. Suddenly, he had the urge to complete the source code. He took out the 25 lines of source code that Gunyinji had sent him. After studying it carefully, he used the 12 lines of source code that he already had to write it in the same logical order. Although he was already very familiar with the 12 lines of source code, and although his computer coding skills were beyond imagination, it was still very difficult to complete this line of source code, according to Song Haichuan's train of thought. At dawn, he finally finished writing the entire line of source code. There were only 18 lines in total. In order to complete the entire logical program, he used 6 hours to write 6 lines of source code. He didn't even know if he had finished writing it, but logically speaking, he had already completed the instruction for the first 12 lines of source code. He looked at the 18 lines of source code that he had just completed on his computer for a while, then looked at the countless VR game scenes that had been generated. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He converted the 14 lines of source code he had just written into a computer executable file, then used the compiler specially developed for VR games to make a small VR game demo. VR games were currently the hottest virtual reality games, the large-scale online game your life. the most famous large-scale virtual reality online game on the Blue Planet. Of course, the small game demo that Hua Xiaoheng had made at the last minute was nothing compared to your life. Compared to your life, it was just a drop in the ocean. After finishing the demo, he took the VR game helmet that Gun Yinji had left for him and put it on. He connected it to the computer with Bluetooth and entered his own game demo. Gun Yinji's VR game helmet was for the purpose of playing your life. She had specially purchased this game, which was also the game helmet that your life had the patent rights to. It was a game helmet that life had the patent rights to. It was said that you couldn't play this game with other helmets at all. Therefore, life didn't have to worry about pirated versions of the game at all. This was because the game could only be played by wearing the original helmet. The mini-game demo that Hua Xiaoheng made was based on the same source code as your life. Life was based on the same logic as the source code. Theoretically speaking, it could be used on any helmet. Hua Xiaoheng put on the helmet, connected the Bluetooth, and entered the game demo he had created. At the beginning, everything was dark. It was as if he was standing in a fog. Soon, a warm orange light appeared in front of him and penetrated bit by bit. When he saw where he was, his heart began to beat wildly. This was the street he had once been very familiar with in the imperial capital. From here, he could get to the Institute of High-Energy Physics where Song Haichuan worked. Over 20 years ago, he had accompanied Song Jining to deliver New Year's Eve dinner from here. When he was young, Song Jining had carried him on a bicycle. When he learned how to ride a bicycle, he had carried Song Jining. Over 20 years ago, he had taken this road every year on New Year's Eve. He couldn't be more familiar with it. Was this the scene his grandfather wanted to show him? Hua Xiaoheng looked around again and suddenly froze. He realized that he was riding a bicycle, and there seemed to be someone on the back seat. This was a simple game demo. He didn't even set up a character. He just wanted to see what kind of game it was as a bystander. Why was there an NPC? He couldn't help but turn around and saw Song Jining's smiling face. She was clearly dressed more than 20 years ago, but her appearance and expression were almost no different from how she looked now. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. What are you spacing out for? Look at the road ahead. Be careful not to fall, Song Jining said with a smile from the back seat. She didn't seem like one of those NPCs who only knew how to repeat themselves. However, Hua Xiaoheng was very sure that Song Jining's image was an NPC here. He was the only player here, and this game demo wasn't connected to the internet. Therefore, other than him, all the characters should be NPCs. But how was this NPC generated? He didn't remember adding any side missions in the short 18 lines of source code. Could it be that the system generated it automatically when it was converted into a VR game? Then the logic foundation of this source code was unparalleled. No wonder the other 25 lines of source code could generate a large-scale VR online game that could support hundreds of millions of people online at the same time. Thinking about it carefully, it was still unbelievable. Hua Xiaoheng's emotions were extremely complicated. He silently turned around and continued writing. He arrived at Song Haichuan's laboratory at the Institute of High-Energy Physics and knocked on the door. Song Haichuan opened the door. He also looked like he did 20 years ago. His face was filled with the same warm smile that he remembered. He nodded at him. Xiaoheng, you're finally here. This is my gift to you for your 18th birthday. Do you like it? Hua Xiaoheng. Chapter 22:31. So this was the meaning of those 18 lines of source code. Hua Xiaoheng had always been calm and composed. He didn't show his emotions on his face. But at this moment, in front of him was his grandfather, who had died in pain in the big explosion more than 20 years ago. Behind him was his mother, who had been in her prime and had yet to experience those 18 years of pain and torture. He suddenly felt that his life was complete. If the faint regrets and unhappiness in his youth were all for this moment of reunion, even if it was in a virtual game, he still felt that it was worth it. Suppressing the sourness in his heart, Hua Xiaoheng nodded heavily and said, "Old Song, Happy New Year." Song Haichuan smiled in satisfaction and nodded. "Happy New Year. I want to stay up with you this year. Is that okay?" Of course. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. Could this be his grandfather, Song Haichuan's wish? Not only did he want to give his grandson an 18th birthday present, but he also wanted to stay up with him for the new year. Was this the scene that the 18 lines of source code wanted to show? It was quite similar to the wish that he had buried in his heart when he was young. At this point in the game, the scene in front of him began to lose color and gradually became gray and blurry. Song Haichuan and Song Jinning's images also slowly disappeared. Hua Xiaoheng stood in his study and slowly took off the game helmet. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the computer where the blue screen showed that the game demo had ended. He was deep in thought. The next day at dawn, Song Jinning woke up and found that Lu Yuan had already woken up. She looked at her watch. It was more than 2 hours earlier than usual, but she still quickly got out of bed to wash up and go to the dining room. Lu Yuan had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. Song Jinning said apologetically, "You woke up so early today. Is there something else? Why don't I go alone?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It's just to accompany you. Eat. We'll go after eating." Song Jinning smiled at him and silently finished her breakfast. Then, she drove into the city with Lu Yuan. The courtyard house in the imperial capital's second ring road was passed down from Song Jinning's family. Her name was now written on the property ownership certificate. However, she had never returned since she was injured and mentally deranged from the failed experiment. The year before last, Gun Yinji had treated her illness, but she had never returned, because she couldn't stand the sadness of the past. But this time, she couldn't run away anymore. Lu Yuan turned the car into the alley. The alley was very narrow, but it was still wide enough for a car to pass in one direction. The bluestone road had the precipitation of time, and it extended all the way to the front of a light gray gate. The gray wall tiles were covered with green creepers. The vermilion door's paint had already peeled off, making it look dark. However, it contrasted well with the bright creepers, creating a beautiful contrast. When Song Jinning got out of the car, she heard a loud whistle. He raised his head and saw a few gray pigeons flying across the blue sky. Lu Yuan also got out of the car and walked to Song Jinning's side. He said with emotion, "This is Elder Song's home?" Ever since he started working with Song Haichuan, he had never seen him return home. Song Jinning nodded slightly. "Come in." She took out a brass key from her purse that she had not used in a long time and opened the old-fashioned lock. She didn't know if the lock was too old or if she didn't have enough strength, but she couldn't insert the key into the lock after trying several times. Lu Yuan looked at it for a while, then took the key from her hand and said gently, "I'll do it." His hand was steady and powerful. Soon, the lock was unlocked, and he pushed the door open. The door frame creaked, and some dust fell from it. Song Jinning didn't care and immediately walked in. There was a small courtyard inside. In the middle, there was a stone table and 3 stone stools. There was a well in the southwest corner of the courtyard. It hadn't been used for many years, and the mouth of the well had been sealed. There was a grape rack on the east side of the courtyard. No one took care of it, and the grapevines had long withered. A few dead branches were placed on the rack, and they actually looked a little like ancient vines. Song Jinning turned a blind eye to all of this. She walked straight to the door of the main room where her father lived, pushed the door open, and walked in. The things inside were almost empty. The door wasn't locked, and no one came in. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground, and every step she took left a clear footprint. Song Jinning walked around the room, and soon found an old-fashioned rattan box under the desk by the window. It looked like it was at least 50 years old. She looked at the rattan box and said faintly, "This is my mother's dowry. When I was young, I often saw my father sitting in the courtyard, stroking this box with one hand while drinking tea." Lu Yuan knew that Song Jinning's mother had died early. From a time she could remember, she and her father, Song Haichuan, had depended on each other for survival. Her father had brought her up, but this didn't mean that she didn't have feelings for her mother. On the contrary, under Song Haichuan's influence for many years, Song Jinning still had a strong sense of admiration for her absent mother. The rattan box had been stroked countless times, and it felt like it was wrapped in paste. She half squatted down and dragged the rattan box out. She touched the password lock and entered the password. "This was changed by my father later. We even set the password together, Song Jining said in a low voice. Her eyes were already starting to moisten. Lu Yuan didn't say anything and quietly accompanied her. Song Jining took a deep breath and opened the box. The things inside were very simple. Most of them were her mother's belongings. There was a hairpin. The pearls had already turned yellow. There was a jade comb. The texture of the jade was very ordinary, and there were faint cracks. There were also a few silk handkerchiefs embroidered with less than 10,000 characters. Then there was a thick stack of letters, written in old-fashioned envelopes with a brush. On each letter was written, "My wife, Huai Zhen, received." Song Jining said in surprise, "My mother's name is Huai Zhen. Are these letters from my father to my mother?" Lu Yuan glanced at them and said, "None of these letters have been sent. There was no post office seal on them, nor were there any stamps." Song Jining was slightly stunned. She looked at them silently for a while and realized that the envelopes of these letters weren't sealed. She couldn't help but take out the letters inside and read them. "Huai Zhen, how are you? Ning is 3 years old today. She asked me where her mother was and emphasized to me not to lie to her with those words that were meant to trick children. She's only 3 years old, but she already knows which words are meant to trick children. She's really smart." The letter was very short, as if it was a record of daily trivia. Moreover, Song Haichuan had a standard scientist thinking, so he didn't use too much rhetoric. Every word was simple and unadorned. Song Jining couldn't help but open another letter. "Huai Zhen, today is your birthday. It's a pity that I can't celebrate your birthday anymore. But I remember that every year on your birthday, I will cook a bowl of longevity noodles for you. You can't eat it, so I ate it on your behalf. It's very delicious." Song Jining looked at these letters and seemed to see the bits and pieces of her and her father's life back then. For a moment, she couldn't control herself and continued reading one letter after another. "Huai Zhen, Ning is 6 years old. On her first day of school, she came back and told me that she didn't want to go to the first grade. She wanted to go to the third grade. I took her to take the grade skipping exam, and she got full marks and went straight to the fourth grade. If you were still alive, would you be happy to see our daughter? So smart. I know you don't regret giving birth to her, even if you lose your life because of it. I'm very sad to lose you, but I won't vent my anger on her. I love you, and I also love the most precious gift you left me in this world, our daughter." Song Jining's hand loosened, and the letters slowly fell to the ground. She looked at Lu Yuan with tears streaming down her face and choked as she said, "I don't know. I thought that my father only had experiments in his heart. I've always looked up to my father as a role model. I'm actually far inferior to him." Lu Yuan hugged her in his arms and comforted her as he helped her put the open letter back into the box. Just as he was packing up the last letter, another piece of paper fell out from inside. There were lines of source code written on it. It was all handwritten, and it was obvious that it was Song Haichuan's handwriting. Lu Yuan's heart sank as he stared at the piece of paper, unable to look away. Chapter 2232. Although Lu Yuan wasn't a computer expert, he had a very good memory. He had also undergone special training, so he had a photographic memory. He could tell at a glance that these lines of handwritten code were exactly the same as the 25 lines of source code that Gunyinji had shown them with her phone. To confirm, he quickly took out his phone and found the email that Gunyinji had forwarded. He clicked on it and compared it carefully. After reading the lines of source code, Lu Yuan's heart almost sank to the bottom. It turned out that these 25 lines of source code were really written by Song Haichuan. Judging from the signature and time on the manuscript, it should have been written by Song Haichuan in the early days of the Institute of High Energy Physics Cooperation with the military. "Jining, look at this." Lu Yuan patted Song Jining's back and asked her to look up. Song Jining turned around from Lu Yuan's arms and saw the manuscript with the source code written on it. She only took a glance at it and recognized that it was the 25 lines of source code shown in Gunyinji's email. How could this be? Did my father really transfer it to that game company? Song Jining was shocked. She wanted to take the source code manuscript from Lu Yuan. But this is indeed my father's handwriting. Wait a minute. Lu Yuan quickly put on his gloves and put the manuscript with the source code in a transparent plastic bag. He handed it to Song Jining. Song Jining looked at the signature in time and said in a low voice, "Look here. At that time, my father only started working with the military, right?" Lu Yuan nodded. "That's right. I remember you said that your father used a computer to simulate a scene in order to study magnetic resonance and named it Simulator." Song Jining nodded. "I haven't seen that program because it was in the early stages. Later on, his research didn't need a computer simulation. If this program is your father's simulator, and it's exactly the same as the source code of that game." Lu Yuan looked down at Song Jining. "Have you thought about how much of a connection there is?" Song Jining was speechless. The two of them brought the important manuscripts they found in the small courtyard to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. They were supposed to be guests at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, but Lu Jin intercepted them halfway. He stood at the intersection and greeted them, forcing Lu Yuan and Song Jining to his house. Fortunately, he lived next door to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. It was only a few steps away, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. After parking the car at the door, Lu Yuan brought Song Jining, who was obviously depressed, into the living room. Both of them stood up at the same time. "President Lu, Ms. Song." The two smiled and greeted each other. Gu Ningji noticed that Song Jinning's face was pale and her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had been crying. "Ms. Song, sit here. What would you like to drink?" Gu Ningji walked over considerately and held her arm to help her sit down. Song Jining murmured, "Whatever. Water is fine." Gu Ningji brought her a bottle of purified water. Lu Yuan greeted Hua Xiaoheng, then said to Lu Jin and Gu Ningji, "I still have to go to your special supply store to buy some groceries. Will you two take me there?" Lu Yuan actually knew where the Special Operations Forces store was, but he wanted Hua Xiaoheng to talk to Song Jining alone, so he wanted to take Gu Ningji and Lu Jin away. Lu Jin happily agreed, but Hua Xiaoheng asked Gu Ningji to stay. "General Lu will take President Lu there. Ningji, help me keep Miss Song company." Lu Yuan understood and nodded. "Then I'll go with General Lu." Lu Jin's current rank was general. After going out with Lu Yuan, Lu Jin asked curiously, "What did you guys find? Even I can't listen?" Lu Yuan glanced at him and smiled. "You know, too, I'm just worried that you're spouting nonsense." "Puffed. When did I spout nonsense?" Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan disdainfully and scoffed. "Don't forget, I have a lot more secrets than you. That's because General Lu holds the ultimate secret of the universe. Okay." Lu Yuan joked and explained, "It's not that I don't want you to listen. I'll tell you now. It's related to old director Song. Jining might want to talk to Xiaoheng about some family matters. You and I are both outsiders, so it's fine if you don't listen. My girl is also an outsider. How can she listen?" Lu Jin muttered, "You guys are discriminating against people with severe interpersonal disorder, Lu Yuan." He rubbed his forehead. "Your girl is Xiaoheng's wife, Jinning's daughter-in-law, and old director Song's granddaughter-in-law. How is she an outsider? We haven't had a wedding yet. So these don't count. They don't count." Lu Jin had the strange ability to make you happy if he wanted to make you angry, and make you angry if you wanted to. In the living room of Lu Jin's official residence, Song Jining took out the source code manuscript in a transparent plastic bag and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. Gu Ningji and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other and thought to themselves, "It really is Song Haichuan's source code." Gu Ningji, who was particular about evidence, gave up on her last shred of hope and reached out to pick up the manuscript. She also saw the signature in time first and quickly asked, "What is old director Song doing at this time?" Hua Xiaoheng also saw it. Without waiting for Song Jining to answer, Hua Xiaoheng said, "At the Institute of High Energy Physics." She just started working with the military to study magnetic resonance. There was no need to explain why she was studying magnetic resonance. Song Jining nodded. "At that time, I had just entered the Institute of High Energy Physics and helped my father. This is the source code I told you about." He called it simulator a simulator. "Okay, let's go through the timeline." Gun Yinji took out the tone and attitude of organizing evidence in court and said in a businesslike manner, "First of all, old director Song worked with the military to study magnetic resonance. In order to restore the scene, he came up with a method of computer simulation. So he wrote this source code called Simulator." And then, Gun Yinji asked, "What scene did he simulate? Have you seen it before?" Song Jining shook her head. "I only remember my father saying that this simulation has no practical significance for research." Gun Yinji, "What do you mean it has no practical significance?" "I don't know the specifics. Since it has no practical significance, of course we don't care. We only do things that have practical significance for research." Song Jinning's voice was still a little choked up. She wiped her nose with a tissue on the coffee table. Gun Yinji looked at the source code without saying a word. She couldn't understand it. Logic circled in her mind as if she had reached a dead end. Xiaoheng thought of the game demo he had made and suggested, "Why don't we use this source code to make a game demo and see what kind of scene it simulates?" Song Jinning rubbed her eyes and said, "Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Didn't that game company make a large-scale online game based on this source code? I heard you say that the game world is so big. I want to go and see." After all, it was a game world constructed from the source code left behind by her father. She was eager to experience it and also wanted to use this opportunity to see why her father had transferred it to the online game company. Also, she wanted to know how the online game company had generated such a huge game system on these 25 lines of source code. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that things had taken a turn for the better. She nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "Good idea. Let's go play that game after dinner. Miss Song, I'll take you flying." M. Chapter 2233. Xiaoheng thought about it and said, "I don't have much time today. I can't play games. Nianji, can you explain the rules of the game to Ms. Song first, so that she can familiarize herself with the game strategy? You can find a more relaxed time on the weekend to play. I'll go check the kitchen." Gun Yinji agreed and explained the rules of the game to Song Jinning so that she could familiarize herself with the interface. Gun Yinji agreed to invite Song Jinning to Xiaoheng's official residence that weekend. Life took a look. Gun Yinji sneaked into the kitchen while Song Jinning was reading the game guide. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had gone to the special supply store to buy groceries and had yet to return. Xiaoheng was alone in the kitchen and had already started cooking. Gun Yinji happily went up to him and hugged him from behind. She smiled and said, "Xiao also wants to cook? I'm in luck today. What delicious food did you make?" Xiaoheng patted her hand. "Let go of me first. I made some noodles for you and Miss Song. Be careful not to spill oil on your hand." Gun Yinji giggled as she let go of his hand and poked her head forward to take a look. It was just a very ordinary pine mushroom, but after being dipped in oil, it became a very delicious mushroom oil. It was the most fragrant when used in dried noodles. Xiaoheng must have noticed that Song Jinning didn't look too well and probably didn't have a good appetite, so he wanted to cook something to stimulate her appetite. Gun Yinji knew that it was all thanks to Song Jinning, but she didn't dwell on it. He smiled and said, "Noodles are easy to digest. Light and delicious noodles can help with digestion." Xiaoheng glanced at her with a smile in his eyes. He liked this about Gun Yinji. Just like Lu Jin, as long as she was given good food, everything could be discussed. After a while, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin returned. Lu Yuan began to cook. But when it came time to eat, Xiaoheng's chicken broth with pine fungus oil was the most popular dish. Not only did Song Jinning eat 2 bowls in a row, Lu Jin even ate 3 bowls in one go. "Gun Yinji, Xiaoheng's craftsmanship is amazing. Do you have more of this fungus oil? If you can't cook in the future, I'll ask the orderlies to make me a bowl of noodles with this mushroom oil. It'll be delicious and filling." Lu Jin was full of praise for Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji smiled and teased, "Dad, these noodles are especially fattening. The carbohydrate ratio is too high. It's not suitable for you to eat so much at night. Che, your father doesn't have the fat gene. No matter how much I eat, I won't get fat. What are you afraid of?" Gun Yinji suddenly felt her hands itch. For the first time, She understood how others felt when they were attacked by Lu Jin. Showing off in front of Lady that he didn't have the obesity gene and that no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't get fat. This was asking for a beating. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoheng scooped a spoonful of soup for Gun Yinji and placed it in a bowl. He said, "I skimmed the oil in this soup. It's healthy and nourishing. It can also help you lose weight." She smiled as she picked up the bowl of soup and took small sips. She even winked at Lu Jin proudly. "Dad, what's so great about not having an obese gene? I can lose weight by drinking chicken soup. That's the real beauty." Lu Jin glared at her and said, "Silly girl, your father has weight loss genes, and so do you. Why do you need weight loss chicken soup? You can be cheated away with a few melons and dates. So girls must be raised well. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be cheated by a man." But he quickly smiled again and gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Only her son-in-law would be able to make her picky and smart girl happy. Lu Jin was becoming more and more satisfied with Hua Xiaoheng. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. That's right. How could she forget that she had the perfect gene? She had to not have the obese gene. After eating, Lu Jin was in a good mood. He said proudly to Lu Yuan, "Boss Lu, Xiaoheng's cooking is better than yours. You have to work harder." Lu Yuan didn't even look at him. He smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "It's actually very difficult to cook home-cooked dishes very well. Xiaoheng, you can work hard in this area, and your culinary skills have gone up another level. I don't think I can keep up with you." Lu Jin laughed and said, "Boss Lu, hurry up and learn. If you don't cook as well as Xiaoheng in the future, you have to change your title as boss." Gun Yinji smiled sweetly at Hua Xiaoheng and winked. "Dad doesn't have to worry about me not being able to eat Co. Lu's cooking anymore, because Major General Hua's cooking is better." What kind of logic was this? Hua Xiaoheng scooped her a bowl of crab soup made by Lu Yuan. "Eat properly and don't flatter me." Gun Yinji made a face and ate happily. Lu Jin asked as he ate the food his son-in-law had meticulously cooked, "Xiaoheng, how are your wedding preparations going? There's only 1 month left." "It's almost done. The wedding rehearsal has been arranged. The procedure for the official wedding day is still being tested." Hua Xiaoheng spoke as if he was writing code. Gun Yinji was secretly amused and said, "Where's my dress? It's been changed twice since I sent it. How many more times? Take good care of your figure. Don't grow anymore." Hua Xiaoheng gave Gun Yinji an ambiguous look. Gun Yinji was about to retort when she suddenly remembered that her bra had loosened again in the morning. She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng guiltily. "I'm eating. Are you deliberately not letting me eat properly?" She had gained weight recently, but not in other areas, but in the areas that should have been fat. She didn't know what was going on, but her waist was still as thin and her legs were still as slender. However, her curves were even more undulating like mountains. Lu Jin understood what the couple was talking about, but he didn't say anything, but he was secretly proud. The perfect gene that he had modified for his daughter should be called the perfect female gene. For women, it could truly achieve the great historical goal of growing flesh where it should grow. However, he didn't want to explain it to Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. He would let the two of them argue with each other. Actually, the closer the wedding was, the more nervous Gun Yinji became. If possible, she wanted her wedding to be small, warm, and intimate. She would only celebrate it with the people she knew. Of course, she was just thinking about it. With Hua Xiaoheng's status, anyone who married him would probably not have such a small wedding. Thinking of this, Gun Yinji felt a little sour. Although she had been married for almost 2 years, she still didn't feel married. On the contrary, she began to have the premarital phobia that ordinary brides had, and even some anxiety. "Major General Hua, will you always love me? Major General Hua, won't you get tired of me? Major General Hua, will our relationship return to normal after we get married? Major General Hua, will our love fade away? Can our marriage really be maintained by family?" All these things could be written in a pre-wedding diary of a groom's 108 questions. Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel annoyed, but he didn't answer her. Did he need to answer these questions? He asked as if the two of them had only known each other for a short time. The two of them weren't getting married in a flash. So what was the point of asking these questions? Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer, so Gu Nianji couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Major General Hua, don't tell me you're already tired of it. Did you marry me because of pressure? Are you worried that my father will quit if you don't marry me? Major General Hua, have you ever loved me? That night, when Gu Nianji started to question Hua Xiaoheng again, Hua Xiaoheng quietly put down the handheld computer in his hand and turned around to press her down on the bed. I have a gift. I wanted to wait until the night of the wedding to give it to you, but it's better to make it today. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Gu Nianji was dizzy from his kisses all night and let him do whatever he wanted. It wasn't until dawn that she remembered what she said last night and asked in a daze, "What gift are you going to give me?" "I've already given it to you." Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the headboard and admired Gu Nianji's sleepy, lazy, and sexy posture. He pulled up the thin blanket for her. "The goods are not refundable." "Not refundable? You're a profiteer." Gu Nianji grumbled unhappily. She closed her eyes and rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng's side. When she leaned against his thigh, she finally remembered what Hua Xiaoheng was saying. She suddenly opened her eyes. "You didn't use a condom yesterday?" Hua Xiaoheng stopped Gu Nianji from struggling to get up. "Don't worry. I'll give you another gift." He leaned down and smiled. "Just give it to me. Why are you panicking?" She still wanted to resist, but Hua Xiaoheng whispered in her ear, "Give me a child, okay?" His voice was low and husky, with a hint of forbearance and restraint. Gu Nianji, she couldn't resist Hua Xiaoheng's voice at all, so she could only lie flat and let him give her. Gu Nianji's 21st birthday would come after her wedding. It might be a little early for most modern women to have a child at this age, but judging from her physical condition, she was already prepared to have a child. However, she had never thought about this before. When she was with Hua Xiaoheng, she thought more about romance. A down-to-earth couple with a white and chubby child. Whether it was a son or a daughter, this image was too impactful for her. She sat in Lu Jin's laboratory, hugging the little panda pillow in her hands. She frowned and said, "I'm still a baby myself. Why do I have to have a child after getting married?" Actually, she knew that at Hua Xiaoheng's age, he should indeed have a child. But she wasn't mentally prepared. Lu Jin's laboratory had a very high level of security. Coupled with Lu Jin's methods, it was comparable to the top secret places in the world. It was absolutely safe for the father and daughter to talk here. Therefore, Gu Nianji was more unbridled. She dared to say anything and could say it. As long as Hua Xiaoheng wasn't here, she wasn't worried that her words would reach Hua Xiaoheng's ears. Moreover, she and Lu Jin were the only ones in the room. If her old father didn't trust her, who else could? Lu Jin looked at her with a smile and sighed. "Sure, Xiaoheng actually thought of it. Good, I support him." "Dad!" Gu Nianji dragged out her voice. "Which country are you from?" "I'm your girl, okay." "Nianji, are you afraid that having a child will ruin your figure? Or are you afraid of pain? I could solve both of these problems." Lu Jin took on a scientific attitude and said seriously, "I'm afraid that having a child will ruin your figure. I can artificially inseminate you and find someone to be a surrogate. If you're just afraid of pain, believe me, painless childbirth is really painless. You can have a child after a nap." "Gu Nianji, that's not the point," she said angrily. "Of course I have to have my own child. I don't want someone else to be a surrogate." Lu Jin's eyes drifted and he said awkwardly, "Actually, it's fine as long as the fertilized egg comes from the parents. It doesn't matter who gave birth to it. The paternity test only verifies DNA, not the pregnancy container." Gu Nianji thought of her own birth and glared at Lu Jin, but she held it in. She didn't want to mention Qin Suan to make Lu Jin sad, and she didn't want to mention Qin Yaoguang to make herself sick. This topic couldn't continue. Gu Nianji remembered that tomorrow was the weekend, so she and Song Jinning were going through her life. She immediately changed the topic and said, "Dad, do you want to play with us?" Of course, Lu Jin didn't want to go. He wasn't very interested in games. It wasn't as fun as his experiment. However, Gu Nianji and Song Jinning weren't just playing games this time. They wanted to find out if there were any clues left behind by Song Haichuan. They wanted to find out why he had transferred the 25 lines of source code and the Swiss bank account. Lu Jin thought about it for a moment and reminded Gunyanji, I have something to do tomorrow. When you and Ms. Song enter the game, remember to contact each other. It's Ms. Song's first time playing such a large-scale online game. Don't scare her. Tisk, it's just a game. It's not real. Even if I die, I can still be resurrected. Gunyanji didn't think much of it. She was a first-generation online child, and online gaming was a common occurrence for her. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Ms. Song. Lu Jin tapped her forehead disdainfully. This is something related to her father. She'll definitely be very excited. You have to remember to protect her in the game. Got it. Gunyanji nodded obediently. Dad, don't worry. With my abilities, I'll definitely make Ms. Song addicted to the game from now on and unable to extricate herself. Lu Jin, M. Chapter 2234. Gunyanji was thinking about playing games with Song Jining on the weekend, so she was absent-minded at work for the rest of the day. Finally, on Saturday, Lu Yuan brought Song Jining to the Special Operations Forces headquarters again. This time, they didn't go to Lu Jin's official residence. Instead, they went to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Hua Xiaoheng was still worried, so he said to Song Jining, Grandfather once left me 12 red envelopes with source code on them. I filled in a logical relationship and got 6 lines of source code. There are 18 lines of source code in total. There was source code in those red envelopes? Song Jining had almost forgotten. What does your 18 lines of source code have to do with the 25 lines of source code of this game? Well, Xiaoheng wasn't very sure either. He thought about it for a while and said, the logical relationship is exactly the same, although the specific instructions are different. However, I used the 18 lines of source code to make a simple game demo. I went in to play it, and in the end, I saw my grandfather from more than 20 years ago in the system-generated game. Of course, there was also Song Jining, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. Song Jining was excited when she heard that. She said, I can really see my father? Then I have to give it a try? The gaming equipment was in Hua Xiaoheng's study. Gunyanji and Hua Xiaoheng each had a VR helmet. Song Jining had wanted to buy one for herself, but she hadn't expected that this kind of helmet couldn't be bought anywhere. She had to place an order, and it would arrive in 2 weeks. Song Jining couldn't wait any longer, so she decided to borrow Hua Xiaoheng's VR helmet. When they arrived at Hua Xiaoheng's study, only Song Jining and Gunyanji went in. Lu Yuan waited outside the study. Hua Xiaoheng briefly explained the use of the VR helmet to Song Jining, then reminded Gunyanji again, take good care of Ms. Song. You're the king in the game, and Ms. Song is just a newbie. Song Novice Jean Novice Ning. Gunyanji nodded with a smile. No problem. My dad already said it once. How worried are you guys about Ms. Song? With me around, you guys are really worrying too much. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. After you go in, send the coordinates to my account. I'll see if I can borrow another VR helmet. Since this game was confirmed to be related to his grandfather, Song Haichuan, Hua Xiaoheng felt that he had to re-evaluate this game. Great, great. Gunyanji didn't think too much about it. She nodded happily and couldn't wait to put on her VR gaming helmet. After activating the game helmet, it would connect to the computer's Bluetooth to log into the game system. Song Jining also put on the VR gaming helmet. She had been reading game guides for the past few days and was fully prepared. He turned on the helmet and quickly connected to the computer via Bluetooth. His vision was dark, but it gradually turned bright. Through the glasses on the VR helmet, she realized that the place she was in had changed. She was no longer in Hua Xiaoheng's study, but a small room that looked like a studio. Everything in the room was translucent and hung in the air, waiting for her to choose. Gunyanji's voice came through the headset of the game helmet. Ms. Song, I'm here. Her game account had added Hua Xiaoheng's as a friend, so Gunyanji received a notification as soon as Ms. Song logged in with Hua Xiaoheng's account. A control panel appeared in front of Ms. Song. Your friend has sent a team invitation. Song Jining quickly clicked agree. Gunyanji instantly appeared in Song Jining's small room. Ms. Song, which game scenario do you plan on playing? Gun Yinji asked excitedly. Can I play any scenario? Song Jining had read so many game guides, so she wasn't completely unfamiliar with this game. However, reading a guide was different from actually playing it herself. Gun Yinji nodded. You could try to find the same elements to restore the scenario. Ms. Song, which scenario do you want? Song Jining thought for a moment and said, I want to meet my father. Gun Yinji, this was too difficult. Old Superintendent Song isn't an NPC or an ordinary player. How are you going to meet him? Gun Yinji muttered and suggested, you should find a more realistic target. What she meant was that it was unrealistic to want to meet Song Haichuan in the game. Song Jining retorted, just now, Xiaoheng said that in the game demo he made, he could see his grandfather from more than 20 years ago. Gun Yinji had also heard it just now, but she thought that the two situations were different. Hua Xiaoheng's 18 lines of source code were clearly a gift that Song Haichuan had deliberately given to Hua Xiaoheng as a coming-of-age gift on his 18th birthday. It wasn't strange at all for Song Haichuan to have an NPC image. However, Song Haichuan's 25 lines of source code supported the entire large-scale online Game Your Life. There were countless game scenarios generated from it. Hua Xiaoheng's game demo was really not enough compared to the entire large-scale online game. Even if there really was an NPC like Song Haichuan hidden in the game, it would be an NPC who was very well hidden. If it wasn't a big boss, it would be a very inconspicuous passerby. Judging from Song Haichuan's personality, Gun Yinji felt that he would probably design himself as a passerby and participate. If Lu Jin had planned the source code, there was no doubt that he would design himself as a big boss. However, although Gun Yinji begged to differ, she silently swallowed her words when she saw Song Jining's joyful expression. She didn't want to hurt Song Jining's feelings. If a person didn't have a dream, what was the difference between them and salted fish? Gun Yinji changed the topic and said, You've just arrived. Why don't I show you around first? Sure. Song Jining looked at the options for a long time, but she didn't know which one to choose to take her to see her father. For some reason, Song Jining had a strong feeling that she could see her father, who had passed away 19 years ago, in this game. Although she didn't know how to find him, Gun Yinji made the decision and chose a few key scenes. Time: the eve of the postgraduate entrance examination interview 3 years ago. Location: the Feng family's villa in Daxin district. Characters: the Feng sisters and a group of NPCs. Because she had just fought with Feng Yishi, who had changed her name to Yi Xinyan a while ago and brought her to justice, Gun Yinji had a feeling in her heart. So she subconsciously chose the incident where she had become enemies with Feng Yishi. After choosing the scene, Gun Yinji pulled Song Jining into the game. The scenery in front of them quickly changed again. They were facing the Feng family's villa, and it was Feng Yishi's birthday party. Gun Yinji put on the evening gown she had worn that day and walked in with a smile on her face. Song Jining, on the other hand, was dressed as an ordinary guest and followed behind Gun Yinji. She saw Gun Yinji holding a glass of wine as she chatted with someone and watched a few lecherous men surround her. One of the men reached out and patted Gun Yinji's shoulder. The pear-shaped diamond ring on his finger was the size of a mahjong tile, reflecting the brilliant light of the crystal chandelier. At that moment, Gun Yinji suddenly leaned to the side and tilted her shoulders slightly to avoid the man's touch. At the same time, she swept her leg backward and tripped the man to the ground. She then quickly grabbed the man's arm and backhanded the back of his hand onto his own face. The series of movements was as natural as flowing water. The man screamed and thrashed on the ground. Gun Yinji released her hand and quickly jumped to the side to avoid being affected by the struggling and screaming man. Song Jining sucked in a cold breath. Gun Yinji sent a message to her through the headset. Ms. Song, I defeated the person who harmed me all those years ago and cleared the game. We have to go out now. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Jining noticed that her vision suddenly darkened. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was already back in Hua Xiaoheng's study. Gun Yinji took off her helmet and said with a smile, How was it? Ms. Song, how was your first game experience? Song Jining was full of praise. It was so realistic, and the quality of the graphics was so good. It was like I was there. That's amazing. Are all online games so good now? Gunyinji said with a smile. Other online games can't compare to this one. That's why it's so popular. She had only randomly chosen a few elements just now, but she hadn't expected the scene to be exactly the same as she remembered. Gunyinji truly felt that Song Haichuan's source code was too amazing. Song Jining also thought that it was very fun. She was in high spirits and put on the game helmet again. Ninji, come. I'll take you to the scene I want to go. Chapter 2235. Gunyinji took a sip of purified water from the small fridge and nodded. Okay, let's play another round. She also wanted to see what kind of settings Song Jining wanted to play. She put on the gaming helmet and connected with Song Jining, then waited for her to choose the time, location, and character. After submitting the choice, Gunyinji habitually saw her vision go black. When it brightened again, she was already standing in front of a courtyard house with Song Jining. Gunyinji was very curious but didn't ask. Song Jining took the initiative to explain, "This was my childhood home. I came here a few days ago to look for manuscripts." Gunyinji understood. "You want to see your childhood home? See if your father is inside? If there's an NPC here, it can only be my father," Song Jining said simply as she pushed open the dark vermilion door. The creepers on the wall were lush and green, exactly the same as the one she saw a few days ago. Gunyinji clicked her tongue. "This game can even change according to the seasons in real life? That's amazing. How much memory and subroutines would be needed?" Gunyinji thought about it as an expert and was even more impressed by Song Haichuan. This was really the expert knows the ropes, while the layman watches the show. Song Jining had already walked in and saw that in the courtyard, there was a man sitting in front of the stone table and stone chairs that had been empty a few days ago. He looked to be in his 50s and had white hair. There was a cup of tea in one hand and a rattan box on the other. It was the image of her father, Song Haichuan, from more than 20 years ago. Song Jining's tears immediately gushed out. She quickly ran over to the man and said, "Dad." The man looked at her and slowly stood up. He looked at her in confusion. "What did you call me?" "Dad, I'm Jining. Don't you remember me?" Song Jining's heart pounded as she reached out to hold the man's hand. His hand was warm and dry, exactly how she remembered it. The man's expression was blank and docile, unique to NPCs. He allowed Song Jining to hold his hand and repeated mechanically, "Who are you? What's your name?" "I'm Jining, Song Jining, your only daughter. Don't you remember me?" "Song Jining? My daughter?" NPC Song Haichuan repeated mechanically. Then, as if something had been unlocked and given life, NPC Song Haichuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He no longer looked like a standard NPC. He looked at Song Jining carefully and asked again, "You are my only daughter, Jining? How old are you? When was it born? What's your mother's name? Do you remember everything?" I remember. Of course I remember." Song Jining answered NPC Song Haichuan's question excitedly. Gunyinji watched from the side. She was calmer than Song Jining and was like a bystander. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she also felt that this might be the back door that Song Haichuan had left for the game. Only those who knew the secret key would be able to crack the final secret that he had left in the game. Of course, perhaps there was no secret at all. This was just a part of the game that made it more interesting. Lu Jin had once told Gunyinji that sometimes thinking too much was also a manifestation of mental illness. In academic terms, it was called anxiety disorder. Gunyinji smiled as she thought about Lu Jin's wonderful words. After Song Jining answered the question, NPC Song Haichuan was obviously much more active. He grabbed Song Jining's hand and said excitedly, "It's Jining. It's really Jining. Come, let me show you something." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed in the air. Gunyinji's eyes narrowed. He was obviously pulling out her control panel to change the scene. Gunyinji quickly strengthened the connection between her and Song Jining's accounts and even opened the couple settings. This setting allowed both parties to find each other's coordinates at any time. Sure enough, after a while, The scene in front of Gun Yinji turned gray, and the father and daughter who had been standing in the courtyard and talking about the past had disappeared. The courtyard house gradually disappeared in front of Gun Yinji. She was kicked back into the small room where she had first entered the game and returned to the starting state. Gun Yinji was furious. Why the F***CK were they playing this game with her? Did they think she had been on the internet all these years for nothing? Did they think her nickname of Internet Child was fake? Gun Yinji quickly pulled out her control panel and began to locate Song Jining, which was Hua Xiaoheng's account. At that moment, she was extremely glad that Song Jining hadn't used her own new account, but Hua Xiaoheng's account. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know where she would be in the vast game. However, even after activating the husband and wife connection feature, Gun Yinji still spent more than 10 minutes using the plugin that Lu Jin had made for her to crack the location and find Song Jining's location. The control panel in front of her finally lit up, and the name of Song Jining's location appeared: Institute of High Energy Physics. Gun Yinji was both angry and amused. She really had to give it to this father and daughter pair. It wasn't easy for them to reunite in an online game, but instead of catching up and bonding, they had to go to the Institute of High Energy Physics to do experiments. Gun Yinji quickly chose the same scene as Song Jining and instantly arrived at Song Jining's location. It was indeed the laboratory of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Gun Yinji was no stranger to this laboratory. This was Song Jining's office. It must have been Song Haichuan's office before. So it wasn't strange for the father and daughter to come to this place. In the laboratory, NPC Song Haichuan and Song Jining were both wearing white coats. NPC Song Haichuan sat in front of the experiment bench. In front of him was not a computer, but a dense array of electronic components. Gun Yinji felt like her trypophobia was going to kick in at a glance. However, NPC Song Haichuan was completely focused on the instrument. Song Jining was also intoxicated by it. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes speechlessly. She quietly walked over and tugged at Song Jining's sleeve. Song Jining came back to her senses and saw that it was Gun Yinji. She made a shoot gesture at her and said very quietly, "My dad is doing an experiment. Don't disturb him." "What experiment?" "This isn't a magnetic field experiment, is it?" Gun Yinji asked in confusion. "Isn't old director Song doing magnetic field research? It seems to be a simple electromagnetic experiment. It's not a high-energy magnetic field, but it's the foundation of magnetic fields," Song Jining whispered, and even went up to ask NPC Song Haichuan questions. However, the NPC was immersed in the experiment and completely ignored Song Jining. Gun Yinji watched with interest and said, "This NPC is ignoring you? I was shocked when he suddenly took you away just now. I thought I was going to lose contact with you." Song Jining quickly apologized. "I was too excited just now and forgot to take you with me. After coming here, I was fascinated watching him do the experiment again." "What kind of experiment is it? He even specially made a scene and personally brought you here?" Gun Yinji was an experienced gamer and explained to Song Jining, "It's like a hidden plot has been triggered and a new dungeon has been opened." Song Jining was speechless. "No way. Isn't this the scene I chose?" Song Jining looked around. "I remember this place, and I also remember when my father used to do this electromagnetic experiment. It was exactly the same as this scene." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She observed NPC Song Haichuan's actions again and finally found something wrong. This NPC Song Haichuan kept repeating his series of actions as if he was welding something together. "What is this electromagnetic experiment for? Why is it repeated over and over again?" Gun Yinji asked in confusion. The thing in his hand looks like an upside-down bowl. It's quite big and also looks like a baseball cap. Song Jining had seen Song Haichuan make this thing with her own eyes when she was young, so she wasn't surprised. She smiled and said, "My father's previous research interest was electromagnetic resonance and made a lot of results. What he's making now is just a small gadget for detecting brainwaves. It's called a brainwave detector, and it's even patented." "Gun Yinji, what did you say? What's that?" "A brainwave detector." Song Jining saw Gun Yinji's excitement and quickly smiled. Don't think too much about it. This brainwave detector wasn't successful. Do you know how weak brainwaves are? This device doesn't have any effect at all. With the technological conditions at that time, it could only roughly sense the brainwaves of the human brain and draw a wave curve. Later, my father gave up and turned to researching magnetic resonance. As soon as she finished speaking, the NPC Song Haichuan, who was repeating the experiment, suddenly emitted a white light. His entire body was trapped in the white light and became more and more illusory, like a blurry shadow. When the illusory figure almost turned into a puff of smoke and was about to disappear, the puff of smoke suddenly began to condense again, causing his figure to turn from illusory to real and begin to materialize. The NPC Song Haichuan, who had almost disappeared in front of the experiment bench, returned. The white light gradually faded, and his image returned to normal. No, not only did he return to normal, but he also looked much younger. His white hair had turned black, and the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. He had returned to his peak in his 30s. He was elegant and handsome. He turned to look at Song Jining and said with a smile, "Jining, you've finally found this place. You'll stay here forever and do experiments with your father." Gun Yinji's heart suddenly sank. She turned to look at Song Jining, only to see that she seemed to be bewitched. Her expression was fanatical and devout. The NPC Song Haichuan on the other side reached out his hand. Song Jining was like a puppet as she walked towards him step by step. Ms. Song, what are you doing?" Gun Yinji was anxious. She contacted Song Jining through her headset and wanted to stop her from walking over. In Song Jining's eyes, she didn't see the NPC Song Haichuan in a white coat. She saw her young father and her mother, who she had only seen in photos, standing side by side in front of her and opening their arms to her. It was human nature to yearn for paternal and maternal love. Song Jining couldn't refuse such an invitation. She fell into an uncontrollable memory and walked forward step by step, wanting to reach the other side of happiness. No matter how Gun Yinji shouted or pushed, she couldn't change Song Jining's choice. At that moment, Song Jining's 5 senses and 6 senses were completely blocked. She couldn't hear, see, or feel Gun Yinji's obstruction. Gun Yinji fell into boundless despair. She still didn't know what had happened, but her intuition from playing games for many years told her that she couldn't let Song Jining walk over. There must be a trap ahead. It definitely wasn't as simple as failing to clear the level and being kicked out of the game. But what was worse was that her cheat code didn't work. She couldn't stop Song Jining at all. What should she do? She thought of Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng's warnings and the consequences if something happened to Song Jining in the game. Her heart burned with anxiety. She couldn't let anything happen to Song Jining. She absolutely couldn't. In a flash, she caught a glimpse of a folding chair that was commonly seen in the laboratory. She picked it up and threw it at the experiment bench behind the NPC Song Haichuan. With a bang, the experiment bench emitted a bluish-purple electric light. The light rose and fell, and the NPC Song Haichuan's image began to fade again. It was like the image on an old crystal television screen distorted because the signal was not strong. Song Jining stopped in her tracks as if she had sensed something. Gun Yinji pulled herself together and picked up the chair again. She continued to smash the experiment bench behind the NPC Song Haichuan into pieces. The moment the NPC Song Haichuan's image disappeared, Song Jining's 5 senses and 6 senses returned. Gun Yinji realized that her cheat code could also be used. She immediately took action and forcefully cut off Song Jining's connection, kicking her out of the game. But when she was about to disconnect herself, she realized it was already too late. The NPC Song Haichuan had returned and stood in front of her angrily. Her cheat code had been completely disconnected. She couldn't get out. Chapter 2236. Although it was in the game, Song Jining couldn't help but stagger a few steps and fall to the ground under Gun Yinji's push. She felt a sharp pain in her head and couldn't help but cry out in pain. She raised her hand to touch the VR helmet on her head and realized that she had already logged out of the game. Her arm felt like it was carrying a heavy burden, and she couldn't move it. She forced herself to take off the helmet and wipe the sweat off her forehead. In fact, it wasn't just her forehead. Song Jinning's entire body was sweating. The scene in the game just now had made her heart pound violently, as if she had really experienced it. However, it was clearly a virtual game. It wasn't real. It was an illusion brought about by the 3D visual effects. Song Jinning kept using this to convince herself and gradually calm down. She turned her head and said to Gu Nianji, who was beside her, "Nianji," then she froze. She thought that Gu Nianji had logged out of the game with her. However, Gu Nianji was lying motionless on the ground. She was still wearing the VR helmet, but her posture was definitely not normal. Song Jinning's heart sank. She was exhausted and couldn't even stand up. However, when she saw Gu Nianji's appearance, the ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger. So she used both her hands and feet to crawl over with all her might. "Nianji, Nianji, what's wrong?" Song Jinning pushed Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji still didn't react. She was lying on the ground, unconscious. She seemed to have fainted. Only then did Song Jinning panic and shout, "Lu Yuan, Xiaoheng, coming quickly. Nianji." Something happened to Nianji. As soon as Song Jinning finished speaking, Lu Yuan, who had been guarding the door, kicked open Hua Xiaoheng's study. The door of his study had a security system. Lu Yuan forcefully broke through the door and immediately caused the alarm system to ring. It was like the sound of 10 police car sirens. Hua Xiaoheng, who was reading documents in another office, heard the sound and immediately knew that something had happened to Gu Nianji and Song Jinning. He didn't even have time to get out from behind the desk. Instead, he suddenly jumped up and placed one hand on the desk. He jumped over the desk and pounced towards the door. He knew that something was wrong. From a moment he saw Song Haichuan's image in the game demo that he made, he felt that something was amiss. He hoped that Song Jinning would be fine and that Gu Nianji would be alert enough to escape with Song Jinning. Hua Xiaoheng was very confident in Gu Nianji's computer skills and gaming skills. Also, they were in his study, one of the safest places in the entire empire. He wasn't worried about their personal safety, but something must have happened. As Hua Xiaoheng thought about this, he realized that he had made a huge mistake after he entered the study. The door of the study was open, and a few fully armed Special Forces soldiers were already at the door, holding their guns and standing guard. Seeing him walk over, he quickly raised his hand and saluted. "Hello, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and quickly walked in. Inside his study, where Gu Nianji and Song Jinning had just logged into the game, was a person in red and black sportswear. It was exactly what Gu Nianji was wearing today. Lu Yuan knelt on one leg beside her and was reaching out to take off the gaming helmet on her head. "What happened?" Hua Xiaoheng walked over anxiously and half knelt on one leg. He picked Gu Nianji up. "Where's Ms. Song?" Lu Yuan had already taken off her gaming helmet. Gu Nianji's face was revealed. It was abnormally pale, and her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. She pursed her lips tightly and closed her eyes. She lay motionless in Hua Xiaoheng's arms, like a lifeless statue. Hua Xiaoheng quickly checked her breathing and held her wrist to feel her pulse. Fortunately, she was still breathing and her pulse was beating, but it was slower than normal. It seemed that she had only fainted. Song Jinning leaned against the corner of the wall and said weakly, "Xiaoheng." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw Song Jinning. He didn't expect that Song Jinning was fine, but Gu Nianji was. "Miss Song, what's going on? Why did Nianji faint?" Song Jinning shook her head with a bitter smile. "It's my fault. Nianji didn't come out to save me." "She didn't come out?" Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at each other. They both wondered if there was something wrong with Song Jinning's brain. "Nianji is still in that online game," Song Jinning said firmly. "Don't turn off the game. If you turn it off, she'll never come out." "Miss Song, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hua Xiaoheng was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He carried Gu Nianji horizontally. "I'll take her back to the bedroom." At the door, he met In Shi Xiang and Zhao Liangzi, who had rushed over from their dormitory. "Major General Hua, what happened?" "There was an alarm here just now. We all received it. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries. They would always keep an eye on Hua Xiaoheng's condition. Hua Xiaoheng's official residence had suddenly sounded the alarm. They would have received the news no matter where they were. Fortunately, little Zhe and I didn't leave the base today. Yin Shixiang fanned himself with his hand and asked, "Why did Yinji faint?" She lay motionless in Hua Xiaoheng's arms, looking extremely weak and obedient. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were not used to seeing Gun Yinji like this. They were used to Gun Yinji's usual lively and cheerful demeanor. Zhao Liangzi quickly said, "I'll call Chunlai." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Tell him to come right away. If he doesn't arrive in 10 minutes, he'll be dealt with according to military law." He carried Gun Yinji back to her suite. Less than 5 minutes later, Chunlai returned, panting, carrying his medical kit. "Major General Hua, you're too cruel. It's the weekend today. What if I'm not at the base?" Yin Shixiang sneered. "You're a single dog. Why are you spending the weekend? If you're not at the base, where are you going? It's not like you're going on a date. Hey, single dogs have their rights too. Why can't we spend the weekend? You're just jealous of us single dogs." Chunlai and Yin Shixiang bantered as he carried the medical kit to Hua Xiaoheng's side. He stood by Gun Yinji's bed and was bending over to carefully place her on the bed. "Let me see what's wrong with her." Hua Xiaoheng stepped aside to let Chunlai examine Gun Yinji. Chunlai opened his medical kit, which was comparable to a small battlefield hospital, and began examining Gun Yinji. Blood pressure, normal, slightly low. Heartbeat, normal, slightly slow. Pulse, normal, slightly slow. "Looks like there's no major problem," Chunlai muttered as he examined Gun Yinji, his expression growing more and more serious. Zhao Liangzi asked in confusion, "There's no major problem? Then why do you look so sad?" "It's because we can't find any problems, but her condition definitely doesn't look like it's fine." Chunlai spoke like a tongue twister, and Zhao Liangzi was almost confused. "Continue the examination." Hua Xiaoheng was a bit impatient. "ECG, CT, X-ray. Go through all of them." "All of them." Chunlai clicked his tongue. "Fine. The chief has spoken. Take her to the hospital for examination." "No need." Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. "Get the equipment if you have it." "There's no way to get the CT." Chunlai shouted. "That thing is too big." "Then don't do the CT. Do the ECG and X-ray first." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. Chunlai quickly went out to make a call. Not long after, the ambulance from the Special Operations Forces Headquarters Hospital arrived, bringing the medical equipment that Chunlai wanted. Chunlai quickly converted Gun Yinji's bedroom into a multi-purpose ward. The ECG equipment, ventilator, and all kinds of professional equipment for physical examination were placed in an orderly manner. Lu Yuan saw it at the door and pursed his lips. "Xiaoheng, do you need to do this? Yinji might just be exhausted. She might be fine after a night of rest." He half-supported and half-hugged Song Jining and said, "If Dr. Chun is free, can you also examine Jining?" Song Jining shook her head, her voice hoarse and weak. "No need, I'm fine. I'll just sit for a while." Chunlai looked back and said, "I'll get a nurse to do a preliminary examination for Ms. Song. After I'm done with Yinji, I'll come back to see Ms. Song. Is that okay?" "Okay, no problem." Lu Yuan nodded and brought Song Jining to the living room to rest and wait. Chunlai used the equipment to examine Gun Yinji, but he couldn't find anything wrong with her. Her vital signs were normal, except that she was slightly slower than ordinary people. However, she was unconscious now, and her body had a self-protection function, so her condition couldn't be said to be bad. "Is she okay?" Hua Xiaoheng sat by Gun Yinji's bed and wiped the sweat off her forehead. "She should be fine." Chunlai put away the medical kit. "Then when will she wake up?" Hua Xiaoheng was still a little worried. "That's hard to say." Chunlai glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smirk, "Maybe she'll wake up later. Maybe she won't wake up for 2 weeks." "Hua Xiaoheng, it's not like it hasn't happened before. What are you worried about?" Chunlai was about to laugh out loud. When Gun Yinji had been drugged, hadn't she only been unconscious for 2 weeks? Therefore, although Chunlai was worried, he wasn't particularly worried. Hua Xiaoheng knew what he was saying, but he didn't dare to agree at all. This time, the situation was different. It was completely different. He looked at Gu Nianji silently for a while before standing up and going to the living room. He asked Song Jining, "What exactly happened just now? Can you tell me everything from beginning to end again? Be very detailed and don't miss out on any details." Song Jining composed herself and slowly recounted everything that had happened after she had entered the game with Gu Nianji. She recounted everything in detail. When Song Jining mentioned that Song Haichuan had done a brainwave detector, Xiaoheng's expression suddenly changed. He stood up abruptly and rushed back to Gu Nianji's bedroom. He said to Chun Lai, who was about to leave, "Check her brainwaves. Do you have any equipment that can check Nianji's brainwaves?" Chun Lai was shocked. She didn't hit her head. "Why we need to check her brainwaves? I told you to check it. Do you have a death wish with all this nonsense?" Xiaoheng grabbed Chun Lai's neck with one hand and almost pulled him off the ground. Chun Lai had never seen Xiaoheng so agitated before. He didn't care to be angry. He only knew that something big had happened. He struggled and said, "I'll go get the equipment. Put me down." Xiaoheng let go. Chun Lai coughed and made another call. At that moment, Lu Jin came over from his official residence and asked curiously, "What happened? I heard your alarm went off. Did Nianji go to the kitchen again?" Chapter 22:37. Lu Yuan and Song Jining were both in the living room. They looked up at Lu Jin when they heard this. Song Jinning's face was unusually pale, and her eyes were still red and swollen. She must have been crying. Lu Yuan, who had always maintained a gentle smile, was extremely serious at this moment. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat when he saw their expressions. He knew that something had happened. His gaze swept past Song Jinning's face and slowly looked at Lu Yuan. His expression turned cold as he said word by word, "What's wrong? Did something happen to Nianji?" Song Jining was speechless. She only pointed in the direction of the second floor. Lu Jin broke into a run and ran up the second floor like a madman. He saw rows of armed Secret Service personnel standing in the corridor. There were even more people at the door of Gu Nianji's former bedroom suite. "Nianji!" Lu Jin shouted and rushed to Gu Nianji's room. The Secret Service personnel at the door raised their guns and aimed them at Lu Jin. They were Xiaoheng's men. Without Xiaoheng's orders, they wouldn't let anyone in. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangze were also guarding the door. They quickly said, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side. He's Lu General, Nianji's father. Let him in." When Xiaoheng wasn't around, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangze could represent him. Therefore, when Yin Shixiang gave the order, these people stopped one by one. Lu Jin glared at them, pushed the crowd away, and entered the room. Xiaoheng had already heard Lu Jin's voice and quickly came out of the inner room to welcome him. "What happened to Nianji? Tell me." Lu Jin grabbed Xiaoheng, his eyes red. "She better be fine. I didn't send her here to let her. He couldn't say the last few words, as if he was worried that if he said them, it would come true. Xiaoheng completely understood his feelings. He quickly brought him to Gu Nianji's bed and said quickly, "Nianji was playing the online game Your Life just now. Something went wrong when she was playing Life, and she's been unconscious. I've already asked Chun Lai to get the equipment to measure her brain waves." Lu Jin saw Gu Nianji lying there. The equipment showed that she was still breathing and had a heartbeat, and his heart was finally relieved. As long as she was still breathing, there wouldn't be any big problems. Lu Jin composed himself and didn't look back. He stretched out his hand in Chun Lai's direction. "Gloves!" Chun Lai worshipped Lu Jin like a god. When he saw him, he couldn't help but stand at attention. He couldn't wait to shout, "Long live Chief Lu," 3 times. As long as Lu Jin had an order, he couldn't wait to kneel on the ground to complete the mission. Lu Jin only asked for gloves, but Chun Lai handed over his entire medical kit with both hands. Lu Jin glanced at it, took out a pair of gloves from inside, put them on, and stretched out his arms. Chun Lai understood and quickly took out a spare white coat for Lu Jin to wear. Lu Jin lowered his head slightly, and Chun Lai cooperatively put on his hat and mask again. Hua Xiaoheng watched from the side and felt that it was ridiculous. The series of movements were as smooth as flowing water. Chunlai was a national miracle doctor from the very beginning. Yet he was able to teach himself how to be a good nurse. Lu Jin put on his clothes and asked Hua Xiaoheng as he re-examined Gunyinji, "Tell me everything from beginning to end. Wasn't she playing online games with Ms. Song? Why was Ms. Song fine? Why is Nianji the one in trouble?" Hua Xiaoheng recounted the entire process that Song Jining had told him from beginning to end. He had a good memory to begin with, and after special training, he could never forget what he had heard. He repeated what Song Jining had just said word for word. When he finished speaking, Lu Jin's test was also completed. It was the same as Chunlai's test. Lu Jin said with a straight face, "Where's the brainwave detector? Why hasn't it been delivered yet?" Chunlai quickly said, I'll rush it right away." After Chunlai left, only Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng were left in Gunyinji's room. Everyone else was waiting outside the door. Hua Xiaoheng quickly said, "Uncle Lu, what do you think of this? Is there any advanced technology that can achieve such an effect?" Lu Jin's expression was gloomy as he said, "As far as I know, brainwaves are too minute. It's very difficult for any instrument to really intercept brainwaves. As for an online game being able to make her lose consciousness, that's even more unbelievable." Well, Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "I think so too. So when I first saw Nianji fall to the ground, I didn't think of brainwaves. It wasn't until I heard the whole process from his song and thought of Nianji's condition that I thought of brainwaves. Yes, your idea is correct. When all other reasons don't work, then the most ridiculous reason is the only reason. This is a very simple method of elimination." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he heard a voice from the door. Chunlai had arrived with an instrument that measured brainwaves. This way, push it gently. This is equipment that our hospital spent tens of millions of dollars to get." In the direction of the door, Chunlai watched with a pained expression as a few staff members pushed the instrument over. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin took over the instrument and did not let them in. After closing the door, Lu Jin personally connected the instrument to Gunyinji's brain and began to measure brainwaves. As he had expected, Gunyinji's brainwave curve was flat, almost without any fluctuations. "How is this possible?" Chunlai cried out first. This. With this kind of brainwave curve, she's either a vegetable or a dead person. Pfft, your whole family is a vegetable." Lu Jin turned around and scoffed at Chunlai. "If your eyesight isn't good, go get another pair of glasses. Don't you see the fluctuations here?" Chunlai's round nose almost touched the display screen of the instrument before he saw a slight rise and fall. It was almost the same as the slight curvature of ink lines on white paper. Can this be called brainwave fluctuations? Chunlai muttered in his heart, but he wouldn't dare say it out loud. Lu Jin stood beside the brainwave measuring instrument and suddenly said, "I'll go to the study to take a look." Hua Xiaoheng followed him out and said to Chunlai, "Watch this place. Don't let anyone in." Chunlai nodded heavily. "Don't worry." Lu Jin strode to the study and asked someone to call Song Jining up. Lu Yuan was worried and followed her to the study. Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Song Jining, and Lu Yuan were all here. Song Jining picked up her VR gaming helmet and began to demonstrate to Lu Jin how she entered the game with Gunyinji. Although Hua Xiaoheng had already explained it once, it was still different to watch Song Jining demonstrate it again. However, when Song Jining wanted to log into the game again, Lu Jin stopped her. "Don't play this game anymore," Song Jining said anxiously. "But if we don't log into the game, how are we going to get Ninji back?" She still stubbornly believed that Gunyinji's consciousness, or rather, her brainwaves, were trapped in the game. Lu Jin frowned and thought about it. He said, "We haven't even figured out what's going on. What if something happens again if we rashly barge in again? Nianji gave up her chance to leave the game to let you out, and you're just going to waste it like that?" Song Jining blushed, but she was also anxious. She would rather have pushed Gunyinji out than Gunyinji pushing her out. It was a pity that she had no experience and was playing this kind of game for the first time. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gotten out of hand. Lu Yuan comforted Song Jining as he brought Gu Ninji's VR gaming helmet over to Lu Jin. He said, "This is her helmet. Can you see if there are any clues?" When Lu Jin took it, he saw that the little red dot was still there. He exclaimed, "Huh? It's still on?" Lu Yuan was about to turn it off. Lu Jin grabbed his hand and pushed it away. He said angrily, "What are you trying to do? I see this helmet is still on." Lu Yuan was confused. "Can't you turn it off?" Song Jining also remembered and said, "I don't think so. Even the game is on." Hua Xiaoheng had wanted to turn off the computer, but Song Jining had stopped him. Lu Jin nodded and said to Song Jining, "Fortunately, Ms. Song, you're not completely hopeless." Song Jining, Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. He walked over to look at his computer, then bent down under the desk to turn on the backup power. He said, "This place has to be strictly guarded now. No one is allowed to touch my computer." The computer has to be on, and this helmet can't be turned off either. Lu Jin rubbed the helmet and carefully placed it on Hua Xiaoheng's desk. "Is there a power source? Plug the helmet in and keep it charged." Hua Xiaoheng quickly found the charging socket and plugged in Gu Ninji's VR gaming helmet. Lu Yuan held Song Jinning's hand and stood to the side. His expression was very solemn. He asked, "Do you really think that Ninji's condition has something to do with this online game and the helmet?" He continued, "If this lousy online game is really that powerful, why would we still need to do special frontline work? This is as powerful as taking a person's head from thousands of miles away with a flying sword. Who would need to risk their lives?" Although Hua Xiaoheng couldn't figure out what this online game had to do with Gu Ninji's condition, he still agreed with Lu Yuan's words in his heart. He believed in science, but he didn't believe in supernatural powers. There was a clear distinction between the two, and the boundary between them couldn't be blurred. Lu Jin sneered. "Boss Lu, I'm indeed not as good as you at cooking, but you can't compare to me in science. If I say it has something to do with them, then it has something to do with them. I won't accept any rebuttals. Who wants to refute you? We just want to find the reason and save Ninji," Lu Yuan said calmly. "If you say it has something to do with them, then what exactly is the reason?" "Of course there's a reason, but I haven't thought of it yet," Lu Jin said confidently. He turned to look at the VR gaming helmet in Song Jinning's hand and reached out. "Ms. Song, show me your gaming helmet." Song Jinning quickly handed it over. Lu Jin was about to take the helmet apart to study it when Zhao Yangzi suddenly barged in with a pale face. He held his phone and said to Hua Xiaoheng nervously, "Major General Hua, have you seen the news?" Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened. "We'll let you in." Zhao Yangzi quickly retreated and shouted at the door, "Report. I have important news to report." "Come in." Hua Xiaoheng suppressed his anger. "You'd better have news related to Ninji to report." "Major General Hua, look at this. The whole country, no, the whole world is going crazy. This headline is everywhere on the internet." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Zhao Yangzi's phone, and his pupils constricted. He took Zhao Yangzi's phone and handed it to Lu Jin without thinking. "General Lu, look at this." Lu Jin glanced at it and paused for a moment. He quickly came back to his senses and shouted, "Xiaoheng, hurry up and find someone to release the national news. Tell all the players who play this game not to turn off the game at home. Don't turn off the helmet. Keep it charged." Lu Yuan and Song Jining looked at each other. They didn't know what news had made Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin's expressions change. Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a look. On Zhao Yangzi's phone, a huge red headline covered almost half of the phone screen. "The large-scale online game Your Life is in a life-threatening crisis. Many netizens and players suddenly lost consciousness, and their lives are in danger." Hua Xiaoheng turned on the TV. All the TV stations were filled with headlines and hot news. Without exception, they were all about the large-scale online game Your Life. On the TV screen, the families of the players who had lost consciousness were crying in front of the camera. "Save my child. What the hell is going on with this game? Why is this happening?" The news anchors were broadcasting the call numbers one by one. "According to today's statistics, the number of your players in the country has lost consciousness. There are around 10 million live players who have lost consciousness, and around 50,000 of them have been confirmed dead. All over the world, your players have lost consciousness. There are hundreds of millions of live players in total, and at least 50 million have lost consciousness, which is everyone who was online in this game half an hour ago. Half an hour ago, all the players in your life's virtual online game have lost consciousness and are unconscious. The death toll is rising steadily. All the countries are urging your life's person in charge to come out and explain the situation. There are even demonstrations all over the world asking the government to step in and severely punish your life's online game company. This is the China television station broadcasting for you. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoheng immediately dialed General G's number. 3 minutes later, a major piece of news was broadcast to the entire country and even the world through the China television station and various online media. If you have family and friends, it's your life's unconscious players. Please don't turn off the game. And don't turn off the helmet. Keep it powered up until we find a cause. Chapter 2238. Lu Jin sat in Gu Yinji's bedroom, checking her brainwave data as he listened to the news on the TV. When he heard the news, he seemed to remember something. He suddenly stood up and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Look after Yinji. I'll be right back." As he spoke, he rushed out of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence and returned to his official residence next door. He returned to his study in his official residence, turned on his quantum computer, and began to calculate the data. 5 minutes later, he returned to Gu Yinji's suite in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hurry up and send another message to tell those who have been diagnosed dead not to be cremated immediately. Connect the ventilator, turn on the computer, put on the gaming helmet, and wait a little longer." Hua Xiaoheng stood up in shock. What? People who have already been diagnosed dead can be saved? Lu Jin was stunned. He tapped his hands together unconsciously and said, "I'm not sure either, but from a medical point of view, these people who have been diagnosed dead should be in a state of brain death, and the state of brain death is the most unstable. Based on the impact of this game on brainwaves, I think as long as those people are still alive, they might still be saved. Because the number of deaths involved in this game was too high, it had caused intense social unrest in all countries. If what Lu Jin said was true, then saving a life was really better than building a 7-story pagoda." Hua Xiaoheng immediately nodded. "I'll go find someone." He left Gu Yinji's bedroom and took a car to the military headquarters to look for General G. General G was also holding an emergency meeting. There were too many people affected everywhere. Even if their own families weren't affected, there would always be colleagues, neighbors, or relatives who were affected. Ordinary people couldn't withstand the impact of a tragedy suddenly happening in front of them. They would choose to do things that they normally wouldn't do to vent the fear in their hearts. General G was contacting the garrison troops everywhere and was ready to move out at any time. Before the situation became irreversible, he would make the last stand for the order of this society. After Hua Xiaoheng arrived, General G immediately let him in. "Xiaoheng, any other news?" The message that Hua Xiaoheng had sent had a certain effect, and the death toll had begun to plummet. When General G saw him come in, he immediately looked at him with hope. He wished that he could come up with a solution immediately. He had even thought about it. As long as Hua Xiaoheng could solve this crisis, he would immediately retire and give his position to him. Hua Xiaoheng was a little embarrassed by General G's gaze. He pursed his lips and said, "Not at the moment, but our private jet suggested that the families of those who were diagnosed as dead not cremate their bodies immediately. They can be reconnected to the ventilator, turn on the game, and put on the helmet." What are you trying to do?" General G frowned. "If he still doesn't come back to life, you should know that the consequences will be even more severe. Having no hope was one thing. Giving someone hope and then crushing it was the cruelest. Of course, the consequences were more severe. It wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng didn't understand this, but at this time, he couldn't only consider his own political future and consequences. With so many lives in front of him, he couldn't step on them to ascend. Even if there were many risks, he still had to do this. I know. So, General G, save as many as you can. I'll take full responsibility for this matter. Hua Xiaoheng stood upright in the high-class conference room of the military headquarters. He saluted the military leaders in the conference room and said, "Chiefs, please agree to my request." Hua Guanchen sat in the conference room and looked at his son with extremely complicated emotions. This was a crisis beyond everyone's imagination. If it wasn't handled well, Hua Xiaoheng might even be court-martialed. But if it was handled well, Hua Guanchen narrowed his eyes, and a hint of viciousness appeared in his gaze. He knocked on the table and said righteously, "I think Major General Hua's words are very reasonable. We are soldiers, and we are protecting our country. What is home? What is a country? It's the common people who live with us day and night. Now that they're in danger and their lives are in danger, as long as there is a 1 in a million chance of saving them, we cannot give up as soldiers. I support Major General Hua's suggestion, but I am the director of the military's political department. I will apply to the military for me to personally explain the situation to everyone at the television station." General G looked at him in surprise and didn't say anything. Hua Guanchen wanted to share Hua Xiaoheng's risk. Hua Xiaoheng was also very surprised. He looked over silently and didn't say anything. He only saluted in Hua Guanchen's direction. Hua Guanchen nodded at him. General G discussed it with everyone and agreed to Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanchen's suggestion. He said, "Then let General Hua Guanchen explain the situation at the television station. I hope he can really help more desperate citizens." After the meeting, Hua Guanchen was the first to walk out. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and chased after him. He called out to Hua Guanchen, "General." Hua Guanchen stopped and turned to look at him. His voice was very slow. "Xiaoheng, the political risk of this matter is too great. I can't let you bear it alone." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "You don't have to do this. I will bear all the responsibility. This isn't just about you. Someone from the military needs to make a statement as well." Hua Guanchen patted his shoulder and said with emotion, "You are still young. Let me do something for you." Under the sunlight, Hua Xiaoheng saw the deep wrinkles at the corners of his father's eyes and didn't say anything else. He reached out his hand. Hua Guanchen shook his hand. "Work hard and find a mastermind behind the scenes. Nianji, I'm counting on you guys." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Thank you." Soon, the Huaxia television station broadcasted another important piece of news to the world. "Dear viewers, if any of the people around you have been declared dead due to your life game, you can give them the following first aid measures. Don't be cremated. Reconnect the ventilator, turn on the computer game, put on the helmet, and wait for your life company to correct their mistakes." After this news was broadcasted, it immediately reversed the situation of social chaos and unrest around the world. They had thought that their family and friends were already dead and hopeless, but now it sounded like the distant Huaxia Empire had a way. Therefore, many countries had high hopes for the Huaxia Empire and had an unprecedented good impression of the country. At the same time, they also hated the Huaxia Empire even more. Life hated this company even more. Now that the social crisis had temporarily subsided, all countries had time to investigate the Huaxia Empire from top to bottom. The responsibility of the Huaxia Empire Company. The company's headquarters in the Cayman Islands had been inundated with calls. Moreover, many people were rushing to the Cayman Islands to demonstrate and exert direct pressure on the company. However, this game company wasn't a listed company, so everyone knew almost nothing about the company's operations and management. In the company's headquarters, all the technical staff were in a state of frenzy during the period of time that the game had been in trouble. Almost instantly, they lost control of the game. They couldn't even do maintenance, let alone patch and correct the mistakes. From the technical director in charge of the entire game architecture to the junior programmers who had just joined the company, all of them looked as if they had lost their parents. They sprawled in front of their computer desks, as if they were undergoing a trial of life and death. What the hell happened? Why didn't any of the commands work? Can I unplug the power? Stop. The company's technical director slammed the computer desk and roared, "Don't turn off any servers, and keep the backup power online at all times. None of you can leave until the problem is solved." Everyone looked at the technical director, who had lost his composure and cowered behind the computer screen. No one dared to refute. 24 hours passed just like that. The senior executives of Life Company finally showed up. In the past 24 hours, they had had a hard time. This game company had been in operation for several years, and nothing like this had ever happened. Not even a system crash had occurred. How did such a big news come out of nowhere? Tell me, what the hell is going on? In the company's headquarters conference room, the board members stared angrily at the senior executives, especially the technical director. His eyes were about to spit fire. "You're the technical director. Your annual salary and bonus are tens of millions of US dollars, and you created such a big mess for us. Believe it or not, we'll sue you for compensation." The board members also had family members who had fainted because of this game. They wanted to hang up and beat up all the programmers in the company. The technical director hadn't slept for a day and a night, and his face was covered with green stubble. He was Russian and had been a computer genius since he was young. He had absolute talent in games. You're the Game Life was created based on the 25 lines of source code provided by the company. He glanced at the source code and was deeply impressed. Without another word, he came to this small island and helped them create the most creative online game. Who knew today's outcome would be like this? He stood in the silver-white conference room and looked down at the board members who were so angry that they wanted to kill him. He took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, We've been investigating for nearly 24 hours and found a possible reason." "What possible reason? Tell me. I don't have time for your nonsense." The technical director closed his eyes, took off his black-rimmed glasses, wiped them, and then put them back on. He seemed to have made an important decision, and his expression became serious. "Board members, I've thought about this before, but I never thought that it would come true one day." "What is it?" The board members sat up straight and stared at him with sharp eyes. "Don't tell me that you already noticed something wrong with this game." "I did notice it, but it wasn't like this. I didn't know it would turn out like this." The technical director put his hands together and said to the board members in the conference room, "It's like this. This game came to life." "Came to life? I think you're crazy." A board member banged his fist on the table. "Do you think we're fools?" "No." The technical director's eyes lit up with excitement. "It's not like this. This game came to life. It has a life. Its AI has evolved." The conference room was silent for a long time. Then, a board member asked in confusion, "What did you say?" "AI. What does this have to do with AI?" "Our game has always had a strong self-learning function. This is the basic AI, artificial intelligence." The technical director banged his fist on the table. "But I didn't expect it to evolve so quickly. This time, the game's AI has completely taken control of the situation. It cut off the interface of our programmers, closed the entire game ecosystem, and even took over our database storage servers scattered all over the world. We can't beat it. Bullsh asterisk T." The board member who spoke earlier couldn't help but scold. "Pull out the power and see if it can still be cocky." "We can't pull it out." Almost everyone in the conference room yelled. "Once the power is pulled out, the AI might disappear, but the tens of millions of people who fainted because of the game will die. No one could bear the consequences of such a thing. Is there no other way?" A board member roared. "My daughter is still lying in the hospital on oxygen. She's only 16 years old. Is she going to be a vegetable for the rest of her life? The evolution of AI is too scary." The technical director was depressed. He looked at his hands. "In the past, I taught AI how to write programs and do maintenance. Now, AI directly locked me down. Then what should we do? Are we going to tell the whole world that this is the doing of AI?" The chairman of the board was having a headache. The technical director shrugged. "We can only tell the truth." Chapter 2239. You're the chairman of Life Company sighed and said, Since there is only one reason, then announce it. Thus, under the strong pressure of governments and public opinion, the headquarters of your company in the Cayman Islands, the senior management of Life Online Games Company, held a press conference at their company headquarters to announce to the world that you're the players of Life were apologizing. At this moment, the whole world was about to broadcast your company. The press conference and apology meeting of the senior management of Life Company. Everyone in front of the TV, all of your company's players. Greetings, Life players. We are the company's management, and these are our board members. We sincerely apologize to all of you. This matter is caused by the failure of our company's supervision, which has caused serious consequences. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do, because the culprit this time cannot be held accountable by humans. It is the AI of this game, that is, artificial intelligence. It has evolved and has its own life, so it has cut off the connection between this game and the outside world, forcing the players to stay in the game interface. We can't turn off the power and end the life of the AI, because this means that more than 50 million players trapped in the game will die with it. As soon as this news was broadcast, the whole world was in an uproar. What? It's actually AI? When did AI become so powerful? The last time I heard of AI defeating humans was when Google's AlphaGo defeated the world's most awesome Go master. The internet was boiling. Everyone was discussing your company. The matter of Life Online Games being controlled by AI. We demand to know how this AI was created. The AI in games have a source. Don't tell me your company doesn't even know this? The reporters at the scene were all burdened with heavy responsibilities, like the most powerful lawyers in court, interrogating your company. The senior management of Life Company. The executives were sweating profusely from the questions. Under the illumination of the powerful lights, everyone's faces were glossy, and they no longer had the elegance and arrogance of the past. Yes, if you don't explain clearly, we won't accept your apology. You are deliberately hiding the truth. The reporters were filled with righteous indignation, and waves of enthusiasm were set off on the internet all over the world. They wanted to arrest all the people of Life Company and hang them at the entrance of their company building. Under such strong pressure, and even under the threat of force from some countries, your company, the senior management of Life Company, finally gave in. They presented the final piece of evidence. Dear journalists, dear viewers in front of your TV, dear TV viewers, players of Life, this matter has nothing to do with our company. The company's legal counsel finally stood up and threw out the final proposal. This is a transfer agreement that a scientist named Song Haichuan signed with us more than 20 years ago. He will transfer the source code of his game to us to develop the game. At the same time, we will transfer 10% of the annual profits to his Swiss bank account. Then, the legal consultant threw out a signed transfer agreement, along with a Swiss bank transfer record. The UBS bank immediately verified it. 5 minutes later, it was confirmed that the bank account belonged to Song Haichuan. At the same time, there were many years of transfer records. It turned out that this game had been around for more than 20 years, but at the beginning, it wasn't an online game, but a standalone game. Later, with the development of VR technology, game companies began to develop virtual reality games based on this source code. It was this virtual reality game that made Your Life was a worldwide hit, bringing in astronomical profits for the company. We are very sorry to have caused all this trouble. After discussion by the board of directors, we will donate all of the company's net profits over the years to establish Your Life Foundation to provide necessary assistance to the 50 million families of gamers who have been hurt. All other apologies were fake. Only an apology with real money was real. Your Life's stance finally calmed down the world's heated discussion. At this time, a reporter asked, "Who is this Song Haichuan? Why did he sign the transfer agreement with you? If his source code is so powerful, why didn't he start his own game company?" This sharp question left the executives of the game company speechless. They shrugged and said, "You can ask Mr. Song Haichuan yourself about this question." "Oh, where is he? Do you have his contact information?" The reporter asked, clearly very excited. "Yes, announced his contact information. Let's see what kind of crazy scientist could write such an evil program. The direction of the internet changed again. Everyone began to think about the meaning behind this game. Also, why would this scientist sign the transfer agreement? You're under strong external pressure. The executives of Life Company finally announced Song Haichuan's identity and contact information at the end of the press conference. Song Haichuan, male, Huaxiao Imperial high-energy physicist. Once, before the executive could finish speaking, their live TV broadcast was suddenly cut off. Televisions all over the world had a brief blue screen of signal interruption. Not long after, the signal was restored. Everyone no longer saw the conference room of the game company in the Cayman Islands, but a bright, starry sky. Just as the stars shone, a thin and handsome Huaxia man appeared on the television screen. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. AI is a friend of humans, not an enemy of humans. Come to our world and play together." After that, the signal was temporarily cut off again. After a while, the scene in the conference room was restored on the television screen. The executives and the reporters looked at each other and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads at the same time. Just now, they had been secretly invaded by AI. Who was that man? Without waiting for the executives of the game company to answer, people had already used the powerful internet to search for the man's identity. Song Haichuan, Huaxia Imperial high-energy physicist, once the director of the Huaxia Institute of High-Energy Physics. He died after a failed experiment 19 years ago. What? He's already dead? What the hell? I don't believe he's dead. Everyone's anger had just found a way to vent, but they quickly discovered that this person was no longer in this world. How could this be? Thus, this torrent of anger was led to the Huaxia Empire. Another kind of public opinion, or conspiracy theory, began to appear on the internet. Do you remember that the message that told us not to turn off the game and the helmet came from the Huaxia Empire's main TV station? I remember. I still remember that they also said that even people who have been diagnosed as brain dead because of this game can be connected to a ventilator, a computer, and a helmet as long as they haven't been cremated. They might still be saved. Yes. These two methods have saved many people. But how do they know that this method can save people? It's scary to think about it. Friends, I kind of believe it. Do you guys think it's the Huaxiao Empire's thief calling thief? Do you mean that the Huaxia Empire is the mastermind behind this game? Huh, that seems very likely. That's right. I'm in the supercomputer business. As far as I know, the Huaxia Empire has been ranked #1 in supercomputers for many years. Their quantum computer has also made a major breakthrough. It's not just quantum computers. There's also the Nandu Global Satellite Communication System, and the only country to land on the dark side of the moon. TSK, the Eastern countries that are used to keeping a low profile. Just how much strength are they hiding? I've confirmed it. This was done by the Huaxia Empire. Everyone, don't blame this poor company. They're just scapegoats. The Huaxia Empire is the real evil empire. Down with the evil empire. Return the lives of our players. We want compensation from the Huaxia Empire. A country that plays such tricks doesn't deserve to be a big country. It was just a press conference, but the world's public opinion had magically changed. All the blame was on the Huaxia Empire, which was originally the world's savior. Lu Jin, Xiaoheng, and the others were also watching the live broadcast on TV at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. They had also noticed the shocking reversal of public opinion on the internet, and the expressions on their faces were not very good. Lu Jin said resentfully, "A bunch of brainless bastards. If I had known, I wouldn't have said it. So what if they die? It's none of my business." Lu Yuan sighed. He and Song Jining hadn't returned to the West Mountain Villa for the past few days. Instead, they stayed at Lu Jin's official residence. During the day, they went to Hua Xiaoheng's place to take care of Gunyinji and discuss countermeasures. Seeing that Lu Jin's face was red with anger, Lu Yuan deliberately changed the topic and said, "Do you think what they said is true or false?" Is artificial intelligence really that powerful? Lu Jin scoffed disdainfully. AlphaGo is also called AI. Don't insult AI. AlphaGo is at best a computer with very powerful computing power. It hasn't even touched the edge of real artificial intelligence. Song Jining shook her head and said disapprovingly, General Lu, AlphaGo's learning ability is very strong. No, that's not called learning ability. It's still a summary of computing power. Lu Jin retorted Song Jining without hesitation. As long as its computing power is strong enough, it will be able to find the most powerful way to defeat humans by calculating all the chess moves. However, this is still not real artificial intelligence. This is just a manifestation of humans using the computing power of computers to the extreme. Then what is real artificial intelligence? Lu Yuan crossed his arms and sat next to Song Jining, wanting to speak up for her. However, if Lu Jin started to argue, even Lu Yuan was no match for him. Lu Jin glared at him coldly and said with a straight face, AlphaGo defeated humans at chess games, but it's not called artificial intelligence. When it realized that it couldn't defeat humans, it used underhanded means to harm its opponent. That's when true artificial intelligence was born. That's why I said that AlphaGo is still just a dog. It's still far from being a human. Lu Yuan, Song Jining, Hua Xiaoheng. The three of them were speechless. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, according to your logic, the AI of the game life seems to have produced real artificial intelligence. Song Jining nodded and echoed, that's right. Look, not only can the AI of this game cut off contact with the outside world, but it can also use the lives of 50 million players as hostages to protect itself. Whoever unplugs the power source will be the public enemy of humanity. Lu Yuan sighed. Does this want us humans to kill each other? That's a little interesting. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slowly. Such a sinister and cruel idea. I'm very curious about who cultivated this kind of AI. Song Jining opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was so sad that she didn't want to touch on this topic at all. Only Lu Yuan understood what she meant. He held her hand tightly and said gently, if the AI of this game is really as sinister and cruel as Xiaoheng said, I believe it has nothing to do with director Song. In fact, the four of them knew very well that the source of this game was Song Haichuan's 25 lines of source code. Therefore, this AI was very likely related to Song Haichuan's source code. Lu Jin sneered and said, the nature of AI has nothing to do with the inventor of AI. The dragon has 9 sons, and they're all different. Then do you agree that this AI was born from my father's hands? Song Jining mustered up her courage and looked at Lu Jin. Are the people online right? In this room, Lu Jin's computer skills were the highest. She could not trust others, but she had to trust Lu Jin. Lu Jin shook his head and still denied it. No, I don't think this AI has anything to do with your father, Song Haichuan. Song Jining let out a huge sigh of relief and smiled. She said in surprise, you really think so? Yes, because according to my research on your father, although his source code is powerful, it's not enough to develop this kind of advanced artificial intelligence. Lu Jin bluntly belittled Song Haichuan's computer skills. The corners of Song Jining's mouth twitched. She didn't know what expression to make in response to Lu Jin. Lu Jin's fingers tapped lightly on the back of the sofa. His eyes were fixed on the TV as he said seriously, even I don't have the ability to create such an AI. Who else in this world has the ability? Chapter 2240. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, the room suddenly quietened down. The voices broadcasting the news on the TV were even more ear-piercing. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and picked up the remote control to turn off the TV. He asked in a low voice, Uncle Lu, are you saying that this artificial intelligence is a trap? Lu Jin didn't speak for a moment. Lu Yuan had been friends with Lu Jin for more than 10 years, so he knew him very well. Seeing him like this, she laughed unhurriedly and said, Lu Jiang, don't worry about whether it's a real artificial intelligence or not. Why don't you explain to us why I can put 50 million gamers in a vegetative state? The brainwaves didn't disappear into thin air, did they? The computers of the other game company can't be turned off and restarted, right? Is that the truth? Lu Jin was a little embarrassed. He glared at Lu Yuan and said confidently, "Yes, those are the facts, but that doesn't mean it's real artificial intelligence. I didn't say it was artificial intelligence. In fact, I don't care what it is at all." Lu Yuan became serious. He took the remote control from Hua Xiaoheng and turned on the TV again. He pointed at the TV screen and said, "Look, is this the truth? Can you save these people whose consciousnesses are trapped in a game? You can't. You can't even save your own daughter. You still have the face to wonder if it's real artificial intelligence." Song Jinning saw that Lu Jin's face had turned purple and was worried that he wouldn't be able to take it. She quickly tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and said angrily, "Why are you so serious? There's nothing wrong with General Lu's words at all. You're nitpicking." Although Lu Yuan didn't agree with Song Jinning's words, he wouldn't argue with her in front of outsiders. So he just smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say any more. I'm just worried about Nyenji." He looked in the direction of Gu Nyenji's bedroom. She's been unconscious for 2 days. A lot had happened in 2 days. It was enough to turn the Huaxia Empire from the savior of tens of millions of gamers to the initiator of this terrible incident. Other countries were already full of suspicion and speculation about the newly risen Huaxia Empire. Now that they had discovered that they were closely related to this large-scale online game-killing incident, their malice was almost uncontrollable. Overnight, television stations, social media, and traditional media all over the world were discussing the role the Huaxia Empire's military had played in this incident. Because this time, the person who came out to announce the news was from the military. To be precise, it was Hua Guanxin, the director of the military's political department, and his son, Hua Xiaoheng, the commander of the Special Operations Forces. This had even polarized the people in the country. Some people completely trusted their country and the military and did not believe that this matter had anything to do with them. However, some people were never afraid to speculate about their own country and military headquarters with the worst of intentions. These two forces began to wrestle at home and abroad, vying for the position of public opinion. When the military and the cabinet gradually lost the trust of the people, Speaker Long of the Senate stood up. Standing in the Oval Conference Room of the Parliament building, he said to the people of the country and the world with his white hair, "I know that everyone is in pain and agitated by what happened recently. I completely understand that everyone wants to find the real culprit and bring him to justice. But this kind of request shouldn't be directed at their own country and the military with groundless accusations. Don't forget, the one who really caused serious consequences was your life, that gaming company. Why do you think this has something to do with our country? Just because the other party took out a transfer agreement signed more than 20 years ago? The party who signed the agreement was indeed a scientist from our country, but this scientist had once made a major contribution to the country, and he died for the interests of the country 19 years ago. Are you taking advantage of the fact that the dead can't speak, so you're unscrupulously slandering him?" Speaker Long had always had the image of a cheerful, good-hearted old man, and once this kind of person became solemn and serious, the credibility was simply fatal. Speaker Long was such a person. He stood in the conference room, and behind him was a large screen that covered the entire wall. When he began his speech, there was no image on the big screen. But when he was halfway through his speech, the big screen began to show images. At this time, the image of an unusually delicate and lively woman appeared. She spoke passionately in the courtroom, cooperated in the Senate, ran and jumped on the grass with a corgi dog with short legs, looked back on the street, smiled, and waved to the people. The lively and beautiful image made everyone feel relaxed. Everyone was too familiar with this person. This was the famous Chief Gu Nyenji, Speaker Long's most favored successor, the chief legal advisor of the Senate. And everyone knew that in another month, she would be holding a grand wedding with the Huaxiao Empire's youngest and most promising Major General, Hua Xiaoheng. What did Speaker Long mean by playing a video clip of her image? Everyone watched Chief Goo's wonderful video while pondering Speaker Long's intentions. Was he going to retreat, announce his retirement, and let Chief Goo take over the position of Speaker of the Senate? At this time, everyone still didn't know that Gu Ninji was also one of the 50 million players who was killed by one of the players shackled by life. So when the camera turned and Gu Ninji's image suddenly became lying on a hospital bed, her body full of all kinds of equipment, and she was even plugged into a ventilator, the audience in front of the television was stunned. Speaker Long struck while the iron was hot and said excitedly, "Other countries claim that our country is the mastermind behind this dirty and vicious case. But look, Chief Gu, who is the focus of attention in our country, is also a victim of this case. The Major General Hua Xiaoheng you are accusing is Chief Gu's fiancé. Why would he frame his beloved fiancé? The people who spread this kind of rumor are either extremely stupid or extremely vicious. Don't be fooled by the company. We've been scammed by life." Speaker Long's deafening speech ended for a while before waves of excitement erupted on social media. Hashtag Chief Gu is trapped in your life. Hashtag your life is shameless. How dare you use my celestial empire to divert attention? Hashtag Chief Gu, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have taken the opportunity to slander your fiancé. Actually, I was jealous. Hashtag nowadays, cybercrime can be cleared with AI. Why doesn't it say that it's not even 14 years old, so it doesn't have to bear criminal responsibility no matter how many people it kills? Hashtag crusade against your life. Compensation is not enough. I want to release the entire source code. Hashtag your life is my family. Hashtag another day passed, and Speaker Long's speech finally turned the tide and defeated wave after wave of international conspiracies that attempted to blame the Huaxia Empire for killing people in the online game. The news that Gu Ninji was also one of the victims of the online game was officially announced. Previously, news of her had been tightly sealed. However, when the international crusade against the Huaxia Empire came wave after wave, the higher-ups couldn't sit still anymore. In the end, they decided that Speaker Long would come forward and spread the news that Gu Ninji had been tricked to wash away the dirty water that had been poured on the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng strongly opposed it, but he couldn't fight against so many people. Even General Ji supported Speaker Long's decision, and doing so was indeed the best and fastest way to refute the malicious rumors of the other party. It only pushed Gu Ninji into the teeth of the storm. Hua Xiaoheng was in a very bad mood. He had given up smoking for a long time, but he picked it up again. He stood alone on the balcony outside Gu Ninji's bedroom, looking at the tree house that he had built for her as he smoked. Lu Yuan walked over and said worriedly, "Xiaoheng, don't worry too much. Lu Jin is looking for a way to save her." It's been 3 days. Hua Xiaoheng exhaled a mouthful of white smoke, his expression very cold. Uncle Lu has also met his match this time. Although Lu Jin had made bold claims, the truth was that he still hadn't been able to break through Your Life's online game port. Ever since the link had been broken that day, even if the computer had been turned on and the game helmet had been powered on, no one had been able to log into the game. Of course, most people wouldn't want to play this game anymore, but would want to never wake up as soon as they went online. It wasn't like they were courting death. Lu Yuan stood beside him and didn't say anything for a long time. He also knew that Lu Jin had probably met the only opponent he had ever seen in his life. Just as Lu Jin was racking his brains to break through your online game port, an explosive piece of news suddenly swept the world again. When Life's online gaming port opened, an explosive piece of news swept across the entire world. It was uploaded from the official website of Life's headquarters. Ever since their game had been taken over by AI, their official website had been updated out of their control. Just a day after Speaker Long's speech, your online game had been uploaded on the official website of Life's headquarters. Ever since their game had been taken over by AI, their official website had been updated out of their control. A short video had appeared on the official website of Life's online game company. In the video, it was still the image of the scientist Song Haichuan when he was young. He said politely to the camera, "I'm the GM of this game. You can call me Little Song, or you can call me AI. You can even call me NPC or Passerby. It's just a name. It doesn't mean anything to me. I've come out to face everyone today because I want to give everyone a chance to choose their second life. Before you, 50 million players stayed in Life's online game. Don't misunderstand everyone. They stayed voluntarily. I didn't force them. Now, I'll open the game. Everyone is welcome to log into their accounts or create new accounts. I promise that everyone will be free to come and go without any restrictions. You can even start a treasure hunt. The treasure is the 50 million players who stayed here before. As long as you find your loved ones and they don't object, you can take them away. At the same time, you can receive a prize of no less than 1 million yuan. The prize will only be given to the first 1,000 players who log in and find their loved ones and successfully take them away. Slots are limited. Log in as soon as possible. The prize of hundreds of millions is waiting for everyone to split. Moi. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.